I was looking for my headphones. I'm actually wearing them. I've been wearing them for some time. They're very comfortable. I didn't even realize they were there. Okay, I've done a little bit on this. Some of the decorating and such. So, I think I'm really finished here, but I wanted to get another piece in, so I'll have to redesign a little bit here, which will mean pushing this back at least one floor, but we'll get to that later. I'll need a small hallway here to do what I need to do. So I'll have to change it just very, very slightly. I was looking for my headphones, so I was actually wearing them. So how have you been, young? It's not been a great day for me. I was just on my kind of 3 monthly visit with my specialist, and that idiots put me on an extra 4 medications. None of them are painkillers or narcotics or anything, but other stuff. It's just another nightmare trying to, one of them is 3 times a day, one is 4 times a day, one is once a day, one is every week. But if you take this one, the weekly one, there's another medication you can do. I'll have to write it all down. Oh, nice. Absolutely, yeah, settling into a new place. So, I was thinking about pushing forward with the purge. I was thinking it was the last quest, but I don't think so. There's a ton of stuff not unlocked, but there's also the living ship. I've saved up enough of that Quicksilver stuff, well, and then some. So, we'll do that, then we do the purge, then we do a bit of building, and what I've been doing this last few days is pushing forward as far as I could to the center and collecting stuff on the way. It might be, how could I put this, pointless, because I nearly think during this quest, you kind of get warped to the center anyway, or else it would be a very long game for people. Legacy of the Dragonborn, nice mod. Has been a ton of fun. Oh yeah, the museum and that. Absolutely. So, Young, what do you think about this Oblivion remake? Have you been keeping up to date on it? Apparently, it might drop as early as next month, if not at least during the summer, on the 2nd, latest 3rd quarter, I'd say. Now, whatever the reason... Oh, hi Jane, how have you been? It's been a while. For some reason, and we think we know, I think I know why, Microsoft have given the redo to another company. I forget their name. But I do know they worked on, as a support group, they worked on Liberty City for CD Projekt and a few other ones. I think they're a Chinese-based company. They're huge. They've got 4,000 employees. Work. Mod. Nice. Yeah. You see, I'm thinking they're going to cash in because of the hype, because of Skyblivion. They're actually going to come out with Oblivion. Apparently it's being done on the Unreal Engine. They said they're going to fix up the HUD, and what they're going to do with it is anyone's guess. But these guys apparently have done some good work. Now, if they did that and really improved it, added more quests, kept reasonably true to the story, and leaving some of the quests in there maybe with a little bit of a twist, changing the HUD a little bit, and maybe, just maybe, modernizing a little bit the upgrade system. There's rumors that these guys, kind of want to do their own company, so on this they might be planning to make a statement. So it's hard to know. But if it's going to be horrible, it's not looking good, is it? Oh, hi Lotus, and how have you been? 150 mods, yeah. 40 Star Wars. Isn't it horrible that it takes mods, really, isn't it, to make a game? You know? You know, one could say if you just made an empty world, which anyone can do. You know, a couple of guys in a basement could do that. And then invite modders in to build cities and, you know, quests and stuff. That's all you're doing, really, isn't it? You know, and then selling somebody else's work. Madness. Absolutely. You know, it really is a bad sign for a games company when, you know, people will only like your games if other people can come in and change it. Surely they see the irony of that? Hmm. And the weapons, yeah. On BGS, yeah. Yeah. So, that's the story. That's what I've been kind of following. If this is a reasonably good remake, and they do it justice and maybe improve it a bit, this will definitely be one of my favourite games, I'd say. I hope they don't mess about with it and put their own twist to it, but change it just enough, you know. And obviously put achievements in. Yeah, they need achievements. But yeah, the Unreal, I don't know. I know a ton of modders hate working with the Unreal Engine. They said it's pretty complicated. Absolutely. Well, they didn't have modders to help them on the release of Starfield. We see how that went. But even out from the modders fixing their games after, like they did in all of their games, you know, like Starfield was a solo kind of thing, and it was none of their big companies. This was their A team playing on this. They were messing with it for 7 years, and you know, even took a year longer to polish it, so they say. So I was not impressed. If this is the best I can do, yeah, God help us for the Elder Scrolls. Oh, O'Keefe, yeah, sorry, O'Keefe. How have you been? What have you been up to? Oh, what's been happening? I haven't been keeping up with the news in the UK, O'Keefe. Yeah, sorry I called you by your tag. It's been a while. Yeah. The way it goes, I think with it, like I've always liked the Creation Engine, even though it had some quirks. The problem with BGS is they're too lazy. Cobb. They've took so many shortcuts in these past 20 years, and they've built the foundations of that engine on some pretty dodgy code. And now taking out that code and replacing it would mean stripping down the engine. You know, so the only way I can see the Creation Engine survive is an absolute overhaul. You know? You see, they might have cut maybe 2 or 3 months off a release and saved themselves a ton of work. But what they were doing is they were borrowing from the future, you know. And now it's gotten to the stage where the engine is no good for what they need it to do. You know, it's always going to be stuck in 2000, you know, and held back. So now they've got a choice either to switch to another engine, which would not be a good idea because they know their way well on that, and it would take them 5 to 6 years to work out that. And they're lazy anyway. They're going to mess up, and I don't think, you know, building their own engine would be feasible. It would take too long, and they're not going to pay, you know, to use another engine. So that's the choice to have, really. To use a better engine and give a cut of the profits until they do something with their own engine and bring it up to maybe the graphics level of Unreal 5. Although I've heard complaints about Unreal 5. Apparently it's getting to the stage that now, because there's so many games getting done with it, they tend to look very similar. You know? That's what they say. Mm. I've... Sorry. Again, you're joking me. Oh, for God's sake. I've always considered that they got too little in the UK. O'Keefe, I remember when I was working there, and the company, I was just a kid. The company hired someone, and it was something got to do with that thing, where they force you to sign up to some kind of job centre thing. But he was telling me he was getting, this was a long time ago. He was telling me something like he was getting 20 quid a week. Now that was ridiculous. You know what I mean? He said something like he used to sign every 2 weeks and they give him 40 or 50 quid. But even back in the 80s, that was horrible. That was absolutely horrible. Oh, hi Reboot, and how are you? Hi Wolf, what have you been up to? To unveil drastic disability benefit cuts despite opposition changes could deny. See, that's the problem with government everywhere. Like, if you have Labour in and they do some serious cuts, you'll have the backbenchers, you'll have the Tories saying how bad this is. Oh, boo, you're so bad for doing this. But most likely if the Tories were in, they would do the same thing, and then you would have Labour in doing the same thing. This is the problem with government, you know what I mean? Watching Guardians of the Galaxy, nice. Well, I do know the UK, let's say, economically has, they've been taking a bit of a hit. But I think every country has, in a way, Oh, no, of course there has to be taxes. You need to maintain infrastructure and stuff like that, but depending on who you talk to, what to do with the tax money is, it's debatable, But from what I've been seeing and what I've been learning anyway, it's looking like Europe is rearming again. So, it's happened twice before and we all know where that went. So we'll see where that goes. But I suppose there's one thing we've learned from them is, you can't appease dictators. You can't give them an inch. I just want that piece of land, and then I'll stop there. And then we'll leave it for 3 months, and then I want that piece of land, and then I want that piece of land. We've seen this happen time and time again. We'll see where it goes. I remember it. It's a kind of space comedy thing. Yeah. But that's the rumours. Where it will go, who knows. But it happens, every century or so. Exactly a century ago, and even sooner sometimes. There's always been something like that every century or so. The madness, comes up again, and it's always because of, usually one dictator's ambition. Yeah. It's easy to judge. He did his best to keep the UK from war. But what he didn't understand was with what he was dealing with. I suppose it's easy for us to judge, You do a lot, let's say, But, yeah, things are getting iffy. Either way, I think the landscape politically and the economic structure is about to change big time. There's a lot of people who are at the front that will be pushed to the middle and vice versa, I suppose. But again, this is normal. It used to be, about a century ago, it used to be the UK forefronting everything. Then it changed, and probably it will change again. Well, every country would go through this kind of thing at some stage, you know. Your country is pretty new. You know, it's only been around, what, 3 centuries or so? Oh, the food. Don't talk to me, O'Keefe, about the food. It's getting to the stage where I'm thinking about taking a flight out to get some decent food. I think it's just my town. Because, did you see Discord, what I posted on Discord? Horrible. Yeah. I actually posted something I bought on Discord. And for the life of me, I don't know how it passed through regulations. Well, the social healthcare system is so pretty decent here. You know, I was in today, I seen my GP within, what was I waiting, 7 minutes, got my stuff, got all of that. You know, if I want to get any specialist treatment done, it's only about a week, so we seem to be holding up, you know, pretty decent. Oh, hi Terry, how are you? Here, yeah, it's gone downhill, absolutely, 100% agree. The only thing that seems to be untouched is eggs for some reason, but all processed food, absolutely rotten. And I don't know, the meat, they're probably sourcing it from somewhere cheap, because, you know, cow is a cow kind of thing and a lamb is a lamb, but it's just different. You know, maybe they're doing something wrong with the storage. It might just be my local stores, you know, that are just incompetent. So what I'll have to do is, you know, find a time to shop somewhere else, you know. The prices are ridiculous. It's what do they call it? Profiteering. It's profiteering and greed at its worst, O'Keefe. And that will not end good either, you know. The profiteering. That, when the economy gets pushed like that, politics get pushed as well, you know. Yeah. Yeah, the quick buck, or the quick euro, or the quick pound, doesn't really matter. It's always the same. The supposed bird flu. I heard there was an outbreak of kind of influenza, correct? That is, that's pretty common from time to time, you know. That thing, if it gets out of control, Jane, it will decimate stuff, you know. Well, there must have been something there. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. But the vast majority of the population would be, you know, dependent on supply. Yeah. But I remember when my grandparents would be doing things like that, and it was, yeah, everything was much better then, wasn't it, Wolf? You know? Justified action. I remember when something similar happened here, Jane, but it was with cows. There was a massive, massive, massive cull, you know. But it's not only, let's say, it's not only about, let's say, you know, whatever chickens that are there, but if that persists, you know, the reputation for, I do know that America, I think, is one of the top exporters of that. So if they get a bad rep for infected stuff, you know, that will hurt their trading ability pretty bad. So, you know, maybe they're trying to get that under control. Unfortunately, with such massive calls, when there's a shortage of anything, we've seen what happened, a supply and demand kind of thing, yeah, there's going to be some serious profiteering. Ah, that's a pity. I'm not surprised from BGS, Terry. Yeah. Ah well. All we can do, guys, is just sit back and see how it plays out, you know? But yeah, unfortunately, I checked up I had some time, and I usually don't follow current events because they're just too depressing. Yeah, Todd's company. Yeah, you'll have to get up earlier in the morning than that, Terry. I'm afraid. Of course, everything is ripping us off. Anything that's a company, anything that's there to make money. That's pretty much the system, and always has been. You know, except before they were not in a position. Well, if something is not wanted that much, it's always very reasonable. The more people want something and the more they give, the more toxic it becomes. You know, the more profit they get, let's say on something, the more expensive it gets. I know it sounds silly, but that's just the way it is. You know, I saw Conor McGregor pay a visit to the White House yesterday to plead the case of the Irish man and woman against the government. I know a lot about McGregor. McGregor was a thug when he was 16, and he's still a thug. Yeah, he's not a nice person, to be honest. But that's just my personal opinion. You know what I mean? I've never really subscribed to the cage fighting stuff. I think it's a bit of a disgrace. He's a thug. He always was. His profession was a plumber. Now, here, let's say, and in the UK, kids that are a problem at school, getting into trouble, committing crimes, not finishing their classes, doing that, they would always be pushed into two trades, tiling and plumbing. So I'm guessing that's how he got into plumbing. He would have been probably an ASBO kid. Antisocial behaviour order would have been placed on him by the police, I'd say. Well, ASBO would be a term they would use in the UK. I'm not quite sure here. But I'm not saying all plumbers and tilers, were problem kids. But it's usually the two professions they're pushed into. Not gonna happen, Terry. And that's kind of a show. You know what I mean? Like, really, if he wanted to have pride in something, he should start with himself. But it's not the kind of person you want as an image. Imagine being famous because you're a brute. It's like living back in Roman times. It's not. If he was, if he just kept his mouth shut, maybe it might not be too bad. But who needs his opinion? I do know he's got allegedly a few outstanding crimes against him. No problem, Rayboat. No problem. What can I say? I remember a time when sports were, there were, it never was a gentleman's sport, but there was some kind of rules and some kind of decorum, some kind of respect. But now it's like a fake wrestling match, and no, it's not good. Of a brute. No, when I say brute, I mean, not in size, but in personality, Just in personality. Most of my family are. And I'm not on the small side myself, to be honest. I'm way above average. Yeah, well, we know what he is here. You know what I mean? It's the small country. Everyone knows everyone's business. Apparently, I think something like 75% would. Yeah. Apparently. Getting sleepy. Oh. Speaking of meds as well, they put me on a ton more today. Another 4. But none of them have any kind of narcotic effect, so yeah, it's not too bad. Mm. I think we all are. I think we all are, Wolf. Now, okay, we'll start to go with this, but that's the story, guys. We've got a remake of Oblivion that might be just what we wanted. One can hope, I suppose. And we've got... well, we've got a lot of other things that we can't really do much about, I suppose. Oh, today I've saved up enough for that Living Ship reboot, so I'm going to go after that. I know it takes a few days, apparently. And then I'm going to finish The Purge. I thought maybe it might be the last quest, but from judging by what I've not unlocked, and some other quests, I think there's some other things, I think they're quest related, because I'm missing that, I think it's called Adelaide Engine. I really need that one. And we'll kind of push forward on those two. On the 31st of March. Well, that's good, Terry, I was on my one today. More medication. What can you do? But World Affairs, there's zero I can do. But we can have our opinion, I suppose. These things always in the end will write themselves out. Now, I've finished here. So this is basically what I've done. And in this game, with the stuff I have, this is about as good as it gets. Now, I have a plan for here, but it would mean moving this area back at least one step, so, I'll work on that a little later. So that's something we've got to do. I want to make a large area as well for, like a kind of mess hall, and even though it's not going to be used, a kind of quarters. Artemis, I think we're finished with that quest line, but I think Artemis was that guy that kept calling us up. Apparently he's dead. He's a simulation. The Purge. The Purge is like the last quest line. Well, I thought it was the last quest line. It's here. We basically got to reboot or shut down some computer. Where is it here? There it is. There, the Purge. Reset to simulation. See it here? I have faced Atlas once more. I do not know how to process what I've learned. The Atlas is everywhere, because we are all part of the Atlas. It is a machine, a simulation. We have no meaning beyond it. But the machine is being destroyed. Something is happening to the Atlas. I can feel it pulling me towards the center of the galaxy, to some great cleansing. So, that's the one I'm going to be doing shortly. Not before we grab that living ship. Oh. Yeah, it's just you asked. I assumed you played it before reboot. But most of the information on that would have been obvious right from the get-go when you're doing that. Sorry, I thought you were pretty far into this game. Creative mode. Ah, I see. On someone's account. Oh, hi Corin. And how have you been? Very new. My apologies. I just thought you needed to see how far I was. So, okay guys. I'll bring up the anomaly and we'll see if we can get this living ship. It will take most of the junk I have here. Where is it? But I've saved up plenty enough. I need 3,200 and I've got 14 left over. So I'll try and go for that. So most of the junk is done here. Now, while we're doing this is why I'm looking for some new pilots and maybe a few freighters. But I realized, you're better off for the S's because I'll tell you why. I've been looking at the C's and B's. Now there's certain traits, let's say, with stuff. So if you get a C, fair enough, it'll go up a few points, but it never picks up any traits. So yeah, I think, you're better off looking for the S's. They get the better ships. Not that it makes much of a difference in the game anyway. No problem, reboot. Oh, no, it's okay, I'm still a noob myself. Nice with your doggos. Tired. Yo, I've been tired all day. I did go to sleep for I did have some sleep for about 5 hours, which is very unusual. I've been sleeping more lately, but I don't know if that's a good thing, Corin. Yeah, I don't know if it's a good thing. It's very unusual for me, No problem, Terry. Oh, no problem. I understand. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and I hope you have a great day. Take care, Terry. Bye. So, we'll call up the anomaly. We'll see about this ship. Now, somebody was on here, remember, they were saying that, when you get this, it goes on forever. It kind of goes in stages over a few days. So, because it's an egg, and I've seen that thing in the anomaly, obviously, well, I'm guessing we'll have to put it into some kind of incubation, maybe 24 hours or something. Being tired, yeah, all the time. So, let me get something to drink and we'll get going. I still haven't been successful in my hunt for an S-Class, but I'll get one eventually. Even if I don't, it doesn't really make a difference. It's just another little thing I want to do. Okay. Ooh. Now, right. Let's buy this egg. I haven't a clue what to expect, but I'm guessing it's an egg, so what could go wrong? I did see it in the store. Right, we need to get out of here. I'll leave actually from the station. I've been using... I found, guys, you want to be careful with this game. If you put a ton of systems on favorite, you see, the way this game goes, and I think this is the bug, it's pretty much standard with Bethesda, where you get a log of your quests, your past quests that's done, and then when it runs out of room, it starts to overwrite. I think it's pretty similar with this. There's X amount of systems, and let's say, I'll show you, that comes up here. Oh, hang on. Okay, where are we going? What's down the other side? Okay, where is it? Wrong side. It's on this one. There. See where you can put favorites in. Now, let's say something is really important you wanted to get back to. Say I have it in favorites. Now, watch this. So basically that's as many as you can hold. I'm not rightly sure, and then it'll start to overwrite. And even if you put these in here, they'll start disappearing as well, so you'll lose all your favorites. So it's not a good way to mark something, to go back much later, especially if you're doing a lot of traveling. So if you find a paradise planet or something like that, you're better off not putting down a beacon, but putting down a settlement thing, one of those computers. And I've done that on one. I'll show it to you here. I won't go to it now, but get out of the way, Kermit. Yeah, you see it there? Now, I did find another one I thought they were common, but that's only the third one I've found in maybe over 500-600 systems, so they're not that common. Now, I did want to call it Paradise Planet 1, okay, because it's classed as a paradise planet, so it's pretty straightforward. You know, it's literally the name of the planet. Paradise Planet 1, and then I will find another one, 2, and so on. But when I put in Paradise Planet 1, the game told me that my tag was like not allowed, it was obscene. So I had to put down habitable planet. It accepted that, so yeah. So it was apparently against the rules to literally name it what they named it, which I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with Paradise Planet. I don't see any kind of insinuation in that. But there you go. And it's literally, I named the planet for what it was. So, just the AI thing. No, you're okay. You can lurk, you can chat, you can text. All up to you, Reboot. Now, okay. So, where are we going? Oh yeah, we're going to buy that egg. So I'll leave from here. Now, do you know what I haven't seen in ages? I haven't seen any of those ships for some reason, and it's got to be the game. You know, I've put so many storage spaces on the freighter. It's almost impossible now to get those storage modules for some reason. Maybe it's something got to do with the color of the systems. No problem, and thanks for lurking, Terry. So, let's go. Yeah, it's just like, imagine, you see this planet here. It's called unknown, it's called Rug Kua, whatever, yeah? So imagine if I landed there and I wanted to put a marker, and that's exactly what I called it. And then the game told me I can't use that. You know, pick another name. You know, like I put something in that was really iffy. Oh, yeah, we'll do the settler thing in a moment. Actually, I didn't see that settler in. Let's see what he wants. I've been working on the settlement as well, but it's boring. This will only take 5 seconds to do this. It's not as immersive to play with third-person view in this, but it's way easier to know what you're doing with that ship. Especially in a dogfight. Yeah, let's work these guys out for a moment. So yeah, we'll grab this egg. I don't know how long the quest will be. I'm guessing then there'll be a pause in it for a while. Then we'll go straight into the purge because I want to get my hands on the other engines. And of course, if we see something, I did a bit of grinding as well, obviously getting the echo locators, scrapped a good few chips and that kind of thing. None of them were really, you know, worth grinding for. But I still say there's a better chance on a 3-star planet than a pirate system, on a 3-star system. For some reason, I just keep getting C's on the pirate systems. Now let's see what this guy wants. Well, no matter what he wants, always say yes. That's my little thing. There we go. They haven't given me an option to add more settlers in a long time here. Okay. Well, we're in A. Okay, 55. Oh, but this is proposals. Okay, we have an hour before we need to do that. Right, okay. Let's start this egg thing. I've been pushing forward as well with the freighter and the ship. I think I've covered something like 70,000 light years since we last were here. But I think that's pointless in a way because I think, once we do a certain amount of quests, we'll kind of warp to the center anyway. I don't think they'd force you to do that. In real time, it would take you, well, a long time, weeks probably. Right, let's see about this egg, and then the rest of the stuff I can start buying the decorations again. I did the Quicksilver quest early today, just to grab a bit more. Scrapped any of the stupid multi-tools I had. And after this, when we've done what we can on this, which I'm guessing won't take too long, we'll do the purge thing. Yeah, this is the Nexus. So if you don't see that, if you're not... Well, it's only worth doing if you're getting the Quicksilver. Now, some of them are kind of okay as well. It depends. But they take too long. Maybe if you were getting some kind of... Maybe some echolocators or, the things for the frigates. Although the frigates are pretty useless. You're getting beam modules. A waste of time. But there is one good thing. Sometimes you'll get new stuff to build on the freighter. So how many of that is there? I don't know. So where is this egg? I remember I've seen it before. We're looking for an egg. You see, I've already bought a lot of junk from this. I wasn't too interested in pushing forward with the egg, but now I am. Yeah, there's some other nice stuff later we can get. I haven't really tried out the exocraft that much. If we do find a planet where I can grind to get this S, where I get some kind of ship that I like, this would be a good time to call in the freighter and then use the exocraft. Oh, hi Akeem. And how have you been? And what have you been up to? Anything interesting with you? Yeah, well, they're nice unlockable decorations that we'll get later. It's a pity I could have doing with them, but very slow to get the Quicksilver. It's only 400 a day. The weekend is pretty decent. You get 1800, but still not a lot you can get with that. Ah, that's good. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Just finished one of my medical appointments today. They put me on 4 other medications as well. Silly. One I've got to take 4 times a day. The other one, there's another one that's once a week. But when I take that, there's another medication I can't take with it, and I had to write everything down. Yeah, it's not too bad because none of them are sleep aids or any kind of narcotics. It's only for, I think, 4 weeks or something. I'll get through them. It's just a bore having to take, a ton of medication. To Google the... Yeah, it's exclamation mark Lark. Yeah, it should work here on this reboot because I did put in the command. Some channels it doesn't, but they know exactly what you mean. But if you put it in, there should be a response from the AI bot I have up. And if anyone is ever looking for a decent AI bot, the best one I could find was WiseBot. They're pretty decent. Oh, yeah. Oh, this wouldn't take much getting used to. Unfortunately, they give me antibiotics as well, but if I need them, I need them. Oh, well, basically, when people, let's say, when they're lurking. Lurking means that you're watching, but maybe you're doing something or resting and just want to relax and don't want to get into a conversation. So they'd usually put in that lurk thing, saying, I'm kind of still here. So usually what most people would do, they'd have a bot to respond to it. So just put it in now and you'll see the response I have. Yeah, pictures worth 1,000 words, to say. Yeah. Just type in exclamation mark lurk. There you go. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciated. Slán agus banachtaí, which means, just goodbye and God bless to you. The D means to you. Without the D, it would be everyone. Yes, that's right. But, lurking is the backbone of Twitch and any platform like this. Maybe 80 to 90% would be lurking. If there was nobody lurking, channels. But the vast majority would, or would chat very little. But that's very, very normal. I'm sorry about this drinking every minute, but this new medication, it's making me very thirsty all the time. Now, okay, we're looking for that egg, aren't we? Yeah, all of that stuff I'll eventually buy. But it's really designed to keep you playing the game as long as possible, which is not bad if, you don't really want to play this for a long time. Okay, where is that egg? No, it's here somewhere. I wasn't really big into decorations, but no, it's here somewhere. No, that's it. I thought that was the egg there for a moment. Let me see. Oh, that's nice. You see that? A heater. That's something I'll get later. Nice for kind of crew quarters. I don't know. I just take them 4 times a day. If you mean downtime rest, well, pretty much every day is rest for me. Oh yeah, it's been ages since I took them. Yeah, it's been like 6 months ago or more since I took them. And to be honest, if you average out how many times I've took antibiotics during my life, it would be probably once every decade or once every 5 years. Oh yeah, it would have to be about a month, at least, if not 2. Oh, the Irish, Slán agus Bannacht would mean goodbye and God bless, take care. Well, basically, no, goodbye, take care. And D means, well, in a language, and I'd say, as far as I know, if you said Slán agus Bannacht, it means goodbye to everyone. But as a personal message, it means to you. The D. D-E with a follow. So just goodbye, take care, that kind of thing. Yeah. That's exactly right, Corn. Yeah, but it's been at least 5, if not 6 months since the last time I've taken antibiotics. Yeah, I don't like taking them, but, what can you do? Yeah, it's just saying, I'm not chatting, but I'm still here, Oh, hi, Raid. And how have you been? And what have you been up to? Yeah, we're looking for the egg, guys. I know it's here somewhere. Oh, come on, egg. There it is, void egg. You see that? And, okay. The shell is tough and leathery and twitches when touched. A faint tapping can be heard from within. From time to time it appears to sing. We're buying this egg. Yeah, apparently you can make it a living ship after a while. But I think it involves a quest, and then I've seen an egg incubator up top, so, you know, I'm guessing it would take a while. This is probably one of the newer things. Just like I don't know, many times I've did that when I was on someone's channel. You're watching someone and then you wake up maybe 5 hours later and God knows where you wind up. Yeah. Sure, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. It's a nice long, I'd imagine so. Maybe about incubation and stuff like that. But each phase of it, let's say with a long break, would be easy enough to do. Are they not? I just thought they were. Oh. I just seen some that thing up there. Oh. Oh. Well, we'll buy it anyway.
Collectible received.
Now, what do we do with that egg, guys? That's for a pet egg. Oh. Oh. Oh, the one upstairs. Oh, I see. Like the eggs that I already have, the monstrosity stuff. So that was the ship I got, wasn't it, right? I'm thinking it was. I hope it was, because I just spent 3,200 on that thing. There it is there. So what do we do with that? Yeah. So, how do I progress on this quest? I thought it would come up maybe for a quest. Is there something I've got to do in the game beforehand? Have I got to finish it before I get a chance to do the living ship? Because I can hold back on it then if so. You know, before I get another override on my save. Make an omelette, yeah. That would be an expensive one. I've been playing for about a week to get the stuff for that. No, I thought a quest would come up, to be honest, when I bought the egg. No. Go pulsing. Oh, like I used to do with the other stuff. I see. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot about that. There's some stuff where you've got to go pulsing, like the freighters and that. I would say so, out of this world, absolutely. Well, I knew eggs were getting expensive, guys, but that's ridiculous. 3,200. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, we're compulsing with this egg. Yeah, I had to play 2 weekends just to get the price of that egg. Oh, it is a little bit mimicking real life, isn't it? They're starting to... Oh, the supply is starting to come back. Oh, that's good. Now, what I want to do... Does it make a difference if we go to a 3-star system or something? We'll go anyway. Just in case. I'd imagine there's something got to do with the system. No, not really. It turns into a ship. But I think you have more freedom with the stats, I think. Yeah. I think someone was saying you can feed the ship and it does something with the stats, or maybe that's some other thing I'm thinking of. I remember somebody talking about it. Or maybe that's the other ones you get as freighters. Now let me just get some more to drink, and we'll do this in a 3-star system just in case. Which I don't think it will make a difference, to be honest. Living frigates, which is a different process. Oh, I see. And then you'll grab the little pieces of it. I see. And kind of construct it. Yeah, probably like a brain, like the ships or something like that. Interesting. Okay, let's go pulsing. No, it won't make a difference, but we'll try it in a 3-star system anyway. I want to check it out. Right, the first 3-star system we get to. 3 stars, 3 stars, 3 stars. It can be hard enough to find, although I don't think it would make a difference, to be honest. I can't see it make much of a difference. Oh, pirate system. Not really, no, because you'll always have a ton of stuff. If you get stranded for fuel, head to the space station. There's a ton of rocks and rubble in front, and just go shooting everything. You'll get plenty enough junk to get fuel. But there'll always be something you can do. You know, you can build a teleporter or something to get back to your base. There should be enough on the planet. Omelette, yeah. No, it's my first time doing this playthrough, Pixie. And yeah, we were joking about, the price of eggs. Corin was saying I could always make an omelette from it. Yeah, I didn't know how to progress the quest. And get stuck. Oh, if you mean like some kind of bug? It's kind of possible. It happened to me a few times, getting glitched and that. The only thing you can do then is to reload, But the game has 2 rewrites, so you wouldn't be losing much. Depends on when you got in and out of your ship last. But it's never happened to me to get stuck for fuel. Oh, there's a 3-star system, guys. Yeah, we'll do it here just for the fun. Yeah. No, fuel is everywhere. It should never be a problem. Not once have I got like when we arrive here. Now, this is what I've been running on. You can make some stuff yourself as well. I'll show you what I've been running my ship on. And I was lucky enough, I started on a paradise planet, which apparently is, that's the only thing I need. There. Pyrite and uranium. Now, you can get some more stuff. Trillium or something it's called, for doing that. Let me show you here for a moment. There's a huge rock thing around here somewhere. It's usually in front of every station. That's weird. Yeah, there it is. You'll get what you need in there. Just blast them. I've got that, yeah. The launcher, yeah. But there's always plenty of that dehydrogen stuff, for making up that junk. But I've got one of those. Yeah. You'll still need to discover the technology, alright. So, if you go to the anomaly, all of this stuff is there for sale. That stuff, I think it's bought with nanites. There's other stuff, it's actually bought with salvaged data modules. So 2 different things. I would suggest maybe maxing out the guilds, giving them gifts, those gifts you get when you're maxed out on all of those, you get a ton of stuff for free from all of them. All the stuff you'll need, especially fuel. You know. It's a long process, but it would save a lot of time. It is pretty hard, yeah. No, not really. It's not that hard. You know, I found that, let's say, you know, with the Trillium and stuff like that, you know, if you want to spend a few minutes, you know, getting this, I'll show you what I mean. Now, I've got better weapons probably than you, so this would be a lot quicker. Now, and that stuff here, if I put that into a refiner, I'm wearing one on my back. Make sure and get your refiner. I can convert that to pyrite. That will power one of the systems, that will power the other. Although I do it with uranium, because I came across a ton of uranium. You know, I was on a paradise planet, like, and I've got like a couple of 100,000 uranium. I'm going to have to sell off some of it. You know, don't bother keeping these. But you'll get some stuff, you know. So there's several ways to power it, you know. So head to the anomaly, but get that recharging thing. That's pretty handy. You know, once you do a little bit of scouting and that, when you're doing something, your ship should be fully charged. And if you're using the landing pads, well, you don't use any fuel. Make sure and get one into your base as quickly as possible as well. But yeah, it might be a little bit of an inconvenience at the start, I suppose. And every space station would have this cloud here, I'm guessing, you know, in case you get stuck. But the reason I do this is, like, that would last forever. You know what I mean? Literally forever. Instead of doing it... Well, that's for the warps, you know. But I get those for free, so it's not much of a thing. All depends on, you know, what way you play, I suppose. Yeah. No, you'll get used to it easy enough. Well, if you're looking for the recipes you've already cracked, they should be here. Building part recipes, you see that? Like, I've only discovered 23, I want to get into that shortly. So there's the recipes there, you see them? Because I've been getting them out kind of naturally. But, you know, I think it's just more fun. So, if you're not sure what it takes to make something, you see pyrite. All you need is gold for that one. So unlock as many recipes as you can quickly. I've been doing it naturally because I think it's more fun. And I only do it if I need a certain thing, you know. But I'll pick them up as the quest goes. But I'll get into it later and obviously clear all those. Yeah, here. Well, to go in here. Once you discover how to make something, you can do it here, or you can do it from your exosuit. I usually do it from the... So that's all the stuff I can make. You know, technology here on this. This is for fuel, any kind of fuel, or for your ammo. Your ammo, yeah. You'd be better off, let's say, using one multi-tool as a scanner and the other one for your gun, you know. But it's just from ferrite dust, and that thing is everywhere. The most abundant thing in the universe, according to Hello Games, is not hydrogen. It's actually rusted metal. Yeah, there's rusted metal everywhere. And that make ferrite dust, and almost everything is made from that. So you'll never run out of ammo, you know. And then for this, it's other stuff I can craft on this. You know. And then that's that. Well, that's, I think, got to do with Atlas mission, some of the more advanced stuff on that. I would suggest you make this Atlas Pass tree as quickly as you can. Go all out, buy the tech for that. That's like a kind of pass thing that will open and lock containers. Now, if you just make Atlas Pass 1 and 2, You know, when you make 2, you can destroy 1 because 2 works on 1 and 2, and the same with 3. When you make 3, you can destroy number 2. You know, so make that your top priority, and then you can open all those locked containers. So that's the one you need, the Atlas Pass. You'll buy the plans on the anomaly straight away, no messing. So make that your priority, so you get a lot of junk from that. Yeah, that's the only thing you really need to know. Make that Atlas Pass 3 your priority, and then you have access to everything, really.
Warning. Threat detected.
Okay, let's kill this guy while we're here. It'll take a while to get used to the plane, or the ship, but I would suggest doing it in 3rd player, because it's very confusing doing it in 1st player, even though it is way more immersive.
Hostile ships defeated.
There was a bounty on that guy, apparently. Active piracy. Oh, for goodness sake. I accidentally shot someone, guys, so I'll have to do a runner. No. I just had to outrun them for a moment. I usually like to find it out for myself, to be honest. We hear you, Joe. We've connected. Your body is of ours. Oh, this is the egg thing we have. Okay. The craft is like none I have ever seen before. It looks alive. Oh, okay. The broadcast is pure music, and yet I understand the melody making words in my mind. The void I got acquired from space normally begins to resonate in response. Continue to listen. The tones that have previously formed words now shift in form, modulating the music into readable navigational data. Coordinates have been registered to my starship systems. There it is. Interstellar coordinates. Starboard. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. We're here. Where is it anyway? In the galaxy map, search for the marked solar system. Well, that's clear enough. I've never been under pressure for fuel in this game. I've often had to destroy some. You know, just or sell it just to get it out of the way. When the frigate's a little different, you know, but they don't use a lot of fuel. And then there's only 5 missions, you know, every day, and you'll easily, you know, have enough junk. But then again, I'm a pack rat. I store a lot of junk. Okay, there it is down there. Well, I did it in a 3-star system just in case, but honestly, I don't think it would make much of a difference, to be honest. I think it's random. I'd prefer to kind of go blind through a game, you know, even if I do make mistakes, which is the fun part. Figuring it out, you know? Rusted metal. Well, everything you shoot is carbon or ferrite dust, you know? So trust me, once you start playing the game, yeah. Well, that one, you're better off doing a scan and it will come up. When I get on the ground, I'll show you.
Hostile ships approaching.
Oh, for goodness sake, with these stupid pirates. just an inconvenience now at this stage. That guy's underground, apparently. Ha 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 ha! He's underground. He's going down. There he is. He's dead. There. Okay, let's go after that egg. Oh, hang on, there's another one. Just really had to mess up my little quest, didn't I? Yeah, I'll show you exactly how to find that junk. But you'll find it all useless after a while, but... It's not that complicated, the game, when you get into it. And it's actually fun to kind of learn the hard way, you know? This is the kind of game you would not want to rush. It kind of kills the fun. There we go. Now let's go after this second I land, I'll show you. Yeah. Well, when you see me really taking my time with a game, it means I really like it. Especially on a first playthrough. You know, no matter how much you love a game, if, you know, once you've done your first playthrough, it's never the same, so you're best to do whatever you can on that playthrough. Do you just reverse on the ship? Well, you'll eventually get modules and stuff that will improve maneuverability. That helps a lot. But I'm playing with an Xbox controller. But to right myself, it took me ages to figure this out. It's the two the right and left button will kind of straighten up the ship. Now, this is carbon here, that red one. Now, watch when I push down on the left analog stick. You see that? You see the one that in blue that's marked as H. Well, from that you can make gel that will do the launch fuel there. Now, do you see the NQ? Well, that's sodium. That's salt. You use that, let's say, to, you know, once your suit starts to degrade. That will fix that. But you'll learn that from the tutorial, you know. You'll get used to it after a while. The O2 is oxygen. You'll need that as well, but that's just in plants. You get it from this junk as well sometimes. And you see this. Make sure and sort your scanner out. And you can see that's oxygen as well. But to be honest, a vast amount of everything is ferrite dust, you know. And oxygen and all of the elements you'll need. I can't see how anyone could get stuck on a planet, you know. I'm playing on survival, yeah, which is not much different than creative, you know. It's just that you've got to farm the ingredients and stuff, you know. On a friend's account, nice. Yes, you do it with the scanner. No, yeah, you do it with the scanner. No, you don't do it with the scanner. To find the salt and stuff. See, are you playing on console? But I'm telling you how to do it on a console. I'm not sure if you're playing on PC. But on console, it's a kind of personal scan, you know. So, I've got two sticks here, two analog sticks. This is the left one here. So I just got to push on that. And there you go. It will show you everything you need. Just push on the left analog. Well, it should be similar on the PlayStation. Yeah. But remember, when you start the game, you know, there's a big tutorial on this. I'll tell you everything you need. Oops. But make sure... Yeah, stupid fridge, there's something wrong. No, make sure that you read the tutorial properly. But they do spam you with a lot, so... You know, it's kind of forgivable to ignore them. Yeah, well, that would work then. Push on the left analog stick. But when you get in and, you know, when you familiarize yourself, you'll see how simple it is, you know. No, there's something up with this fridge. When I store some stuff in it, when I open the door, apparently there's a shelf on it and it kind of catches the soda bottle and pulls it out. Well, somebody stocked it up and it wasn't me and I overfilled it. Now, always be on the lookout. The best multi-tool you can get is an S. Obviously, some are better than others. So, anytime you see one, reboot, grab it. Certain ones, let's say, the pistol ones, they'd be ideal for scanning. The rifle ones are, let's say, a little bit better. You'll see on the multi-tool here. You see where it says damage potential. Now that's not what you're doing, but that's the potential of the gun. Now that is only a damage potential of 727, so that's the max I'd get from that, even though it's an S. This is the one I use for a weapon here. And you can see this guy. This has a damage potential of over 3000, which is still not that much, but still, it's all I need in the game. Now, I know not everyone would put in every type of weapon on this, but yeah, you never know when you need them. But I found it's much easier to have your weapon on one and just a complete thing for scanning on the other. But I'm not happy with the way you switch these, doing this. I think it would be better if you push two buttons at once on this to kind of cycle. To have some kind of cycle on it. Because this can be nasty when you're getting attacked. This reminds me of Valheim. Because of that. Switching weapons is a chore. Okay. Now you see where I'm getting 52,000 for scanning that. Well, when you start off it's just a few hundred. But eventually you'll pick up upgrades here. Like these. And that will give you more money and more radius on your scanning here. If you put one on and it says the whole thing is overloaded, check if the one you're on, the new one you put on, if it's better than these. If it is, take off the worst one and leave that one on. This is for mining. That's my little personal force field and cloak. And this is the... well, you'll get the tutorial for this. It's not too hard to do. Gotta go to sleep now. It was nice showing you. Nice to have you here, Bixie. Have fun. I will wait till the armor is served, Corn. And thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I hope you have... well, I don't know your time zone, but I hope you have a good day and a good rest, and take care, Pixie. Bye. Right, so we're 500 meters away, or units, or whatever that is. Now those guys are nasty little plants, so we'll keep away from those. But the game is not that hard. It's really based more on exploration and grinding and crafting, and not on the kind of bosses and things. Which, yeah, I like it, to be honest. Killing everything all the time is, it's okay, I suppose, but I don't have to do that, but I seem to be compelled to scan everything. When you die, it just reloads. Yeah. But, it will be pretty hard to die. In the beginning, just, keep away from nasty planets with sentinels. Yeah. It just reloads like a normal game. You see... but if you're picking permadeath reboot, there's an option in it to pick permadeath, and if you pick permadeath, it will delete your saves, and you got to start the game all over again. But if it's not permadeath, you're okay. In any other mode, it just doesn't make a difference, really. Yeah, you'll see the options on this and what you can do. You know, it's pretty much like Valheim. The penalties that you want to put in, just leave it on normal. It should be okay. Nah, well, I did a lot on my character before I start tackling them, but they don't seem too bad. If you get into trouble, reboot, let's say, you know, once you have your tool here, once you're used to this tool, you see it? You see that one as well? That's for mining. Just dig a hole like this, yeah, like this. Go down a good bit. Take a little turn, and you'll see a little timer in red going down, and just wait till that clears, and then that's it. It's kumbaya. Everyone will love you. You come back out, and they're not angry anymore. So just dig yourself a hole and hide. But you can outrun them easily, you know. Sorry, I was kind of going through it really quick, Gordon. You can die from starvation if you don't cook the fish. That's Subnautica. I was playing that game for hours, Corin, before I realised you could actually cook the fish. Yeah. Oh, hi, Green Wiggle. 3 million rocks. Tens of millions for fauna. Nice. You watched it, do you remember that one? Took me ages to figure it out. I didn't know that the replicator would cook food. So, that's the best way. Now, it can be a bit buggy sometimes. And, you know, they just won't go away. So you're better off to go a couple of 100 units, get up, try and get back to your ship, because you won't be allowed to bring in your ship, leave the planet, warp away a little bit and then come back. But very rare it happens. Now that's the stuff that would make your... I need a few of it anyway. Let's get some of that for a moment. Yeah, I need a little bit of that, guys. I've just been stocking up on frigate fuel for the quest for the freighters. And that's one thing I stopped collecting it really when I didn't need it for launch fuel. You know what I mean? That's enough to bring you around the whole galaxy there, am I? Right, okay, let's get on with the quest. You took you someone telling that, yeah. Yeah, that was a killer. I have a habit of missing the obvious sometimes. But in my defense, the game, there's a lot to take in. You know, the game is pretty good. Well, just like Valheim, there's a limit reboot. It depends on how high... It depends on how high the land is from its set base. Like, let's say in Valheim it was like 9 meters or something, or 12 meters, I forget. But if you were standing, you could be standing on a piece of land that's just, you know, in the entire game, there's like a kind of ground level, you know. So you can go really deep in some areas and not so much on another, especially around the hills, you know. So it depends. And don't even consider digging a hole and building a base in a reboot, because the game will just fill it all in after very, very quickly. So if you're building a base, build on the land, and if you can, build a foot or two above. Yeah. But maybe you could build in a cave, something that's naturally open. Yeah, building in a cave would be okay, I'd say. You know. Yeah, I've just been collecting these for fun. To be honest, I haven't found a use for them yet, but who knows. Now, you see those stones? I don't need them now, I've learned all the languages. But depending on the system it is, you can learn a word. And I'll show you the languages here. I've maxed out the Gek language, the Viking, the Korvax, and the Atlas. All of the languages are maxed. I think the Atlas has something like 323. The Korvax, oh, I think these two have about 600 or 700 words each. And this one, there's a lot of words, guys. Yeah, I mean a lot. But it's a grind. It absolutely is. Oh, it can if you start to terraform in this game. Valheim was a lot more stable, but you could have little problems as well, but they were rare. But especially with updates and things like that, you know. Nearly everything I did in Valheim was massive terraforming. Never really had much of a problem. Well, they did do the New World 2 update. They said they were making deeper oceans, didn't they? So, yeah, they might have done something with that, obviously. Oh, I just collected all over this while we're here, guys. Oh, kind of do a little bit of multitasking, and it'll break it up a bit as well. I just want a set amount of fuel and then I'm good. There we go. Now we're wasting too much time, guys. Let's go and see about this living ship. Yeah, I heard they've been doing a lot, but I've started playing the game after the update, so I wouldn't recognize the difference really. Oh, it wants me to go to I should have known it would be a monolith. Everything is a monolith in this game. As I said, that stuff is everywhere. I don't think I've seen a planet yet where it's not on. No, these guys kind of get ticked off when you start collecting stuff, but they're not too bad. If you beat these guys, they come in successive waves and they get really nasty. So you're better off to just hide from them, you know? Unless there's a, you know, something you need from them, really. Definitely. Archive, Guinness Prime, travel in progress, log follows, language transfer, blah blah blah, now processed and is it possible? Okay. Begin experiment with few varieties, control required, experimental synthesis unit operational, awaiting biogenesis, what's it? Yeah, biogenesis. Materials, the ancient structure is recording. Okay, blah 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 blah. Oh, what's a conscious bridge? We gotta make that, don't we? What is hexite? Well, the other stuff. What is hexite? Let's see. What is hexite? I might have to go and buy that one. I don't think I've got that. Conscious bridge. It's a new one. Hexite, yeah. I think I picked up some on a planet one time. But crafting it, I killed something, I think, for that. You see, that's the problem with these quests. Yeah, I can't really get them up here. Let me see what it says again. Gotta click on it again. The egg is more blah blah blah. The stupid echolocators keep doing this. Here it is. Yeah. Gather hexite. I suppose it will give me a heads up, maybe. Usually on this, you know, when you... It is, yeah. It'll send me to a planet, won't it? Where there's tons of that stuff. Of course. That's where it's confusing. You know what I mean? Usually, you get into your ship, you go back out into space, and then it'll give you more directions. Can be a bit confusing like that. I've gotten a few of them. I have a few in storage I picked up. I remember killing... Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, 1 second, guys, till I fix this fridge. Yeah, somebody has stocked this thing way too wrong. Every time I open the door, this thing falls out. Yeah, I need 250. But I went to a spot before where there was these, like, rolling dice things. I think that's what it is. But I'm not sure if they'll let you use it anyway. I think they're going to send me to another planet. And we'll check it out. Yeah, I've often had stuff before and couldn't use it. Yeah, but this one, I'd say they want me to grind it. I'm guessing. So, let's take off. Oh yeah, it says it's echolocated, the source of it. Okay, the egg has showed me where it was. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you see, that's my mistake. I just never read stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to waste my time with the animals and stuff here, guys, as fun as it is. But anything that's nice and close, I will. 2 of 10, that will do. Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, look at it there. There it is, it's there. You see, you gotta pay attention in this game, which I never do. Right, let's get the ship. Yeah, apparently there's some here. I have a tendency to kind of skip through stuff. The games I usually play wouldn't be kind of based on that. You know, you'd usually get prompts on what to do. But that's something that's not my favorite aspect of these survival games. You know, they'll spam you with... It's the reason, one of the main reasons why I hate mods, you know. Everything is like encyclopedias, and it gets to the stage where it just gets too boring, you know. Plus, at my age, when I start reading too much, it gives me a migraine. And that I don't want. I'm not sure, actually. Yeah. Alright, let's see what this is. We'll take our time over. Ah, here we go. Oh! They brought me to a freighter. I see. Oh, I see what they're doing. We'll grab it from the freighter. But I'm almost certain I did pick up some here and there. I have it in storage. Nothing like 250, like 20 or 12 or something. Okay. We're gonna do the freighter thing. Fair enough. Now there should be 6 of these storage thingies. Yeah, they've planned this game out well. Oh! Oh, we got it straight away. But we're going to do this as well because we're greedy. Yeah, we got it straight away. Well, that was handy, wasn't it? Yeah, I knew well they wouldn't let me use some anyway, even if I had it in storage. Yeah, we're greedy. Anyway, I'm looking for storage modules for my freighters, so this would be a good way to find some, I'd say. Rusted metal. Right, that's 1. I usually get the 4 around here and then the last 2 inside. Now, we're halfway there. Well, I wouldn't bother except that, you know, getting storage modules for that freighter now is becoming a bit of a pain. I want the outside one. There it is, and then we'll get the 2 on the ship. That's it, I think, guys. It's just the 2 on the ship now. I like how it hijacks the other quests to just sort out this one. You know, that means you don't have too far to travel really to do something. Yeah, this is the last one and then we're out of here. It's gotten to the stage where I just sell the metal.
Extreme subterranean radiation detected.
There we go, we're done with this. So, let me just sort this out for a moment to the sellables down here. We'll make a bit of room. Okay, well, we know what we're doing with that. Yeah, get rid of that chunk. Now, what have we got in the freighter? Okay, I need 3 more of these. Can I build missing component? Oh, I haven't got the other stuff, yeah. I forgot I left that aboard the ship. Or aboard the freighter. I'll get that later. Not a biggie. Okay. Let's build that stuff that I want. What was it I wanted again? Oh yeah, yeah. I gotta go back and get that anyway, guys. We got to get the casting in that. We'll have to go back anyway. Let's head to the space station and then I'll warp straight back to the frigate. I've got all that junk. I don't have to purchase anything. I'm like 200 of them or something. And do you remember the very first one we came into? I didn't go to that station as well. I have to check that out. I can see from here. So far in this game, I've visited every station. Oh, hi, Cave Hilly. And what have you been up to? Oh, this guy, he never stops. Yeah, we'll just see what he wants. I thought it was something interesting. Oh. Okay, bargain for... Okay, we'll give him $1 million. What did he give me anyway? Ah, yeah. What did he give me? Let me see. What did I just buy? Should be in my ship. There it is. Oh yeah, it was worth a lot more. But we don't need money. I found... in the trash working. Oh, nice. Nice. Now, let's transfer these for a moment, guys. We'll be heading back to the freighter shortly. That's sellable as well. I don't need to give it to the guys anymore, so that will be good. Now, okay. Well, that was interesting. Oh, hi Targ. And how have you been? Now, we'll get this over as quickly as possible, and then we'll start doing that later stage quest. Grand. Nice. Now, what really gave me a boost in this game was maxing out these guys here, you know, and getting all this free stuff. Very, very, very helpful. You know, even getting those for free and selling them, you know. Batteries are kind of... I haven't made one since I started the game, and I've got like 1,000 of them. Oh, I'm not donating that, thank you very much. Not for a while, anyway. Now... oh, wasting our time checking here, but we did miss the 3-star system because we got that run, remember, from the guys we accidentally hit, so it should be that one there. This is the system we're in now. We came straight from here, wasn't it? Yeah, so it should be that one. Not too bad. I was at one of my checkups today and they put me on 4 other medications for about 6 weeks. But none of them would make you drowsy, or none of them are, you know, painkillers or anything like that. Just antibiotics and some other stuff, you know. And I find that pretty good. It's just annoying. You know, one of them I've got to take 4 times a day, another time 3 times a day, another twice, and another one once, one every week for 2 weeks. But when I'm taking those, there's a certain other medication I can't take with it, so I had to write it all down. No, you can't. No. But I tell you what you can do. You can buy it if you want it. Reboot. Or you can swap. You can buy any ship you want in the game. Just approach the guy and it's for sale. The same with the freighters, same with everything. So there's no need to, really. But your starter ship will do you for at least half of the game, you know. I'll show you what I mean. What you should be looking for is an S ship. They're rare, but if you hang around the 3-star stations long enough, you know, I'm sure you'll find one. I've seen tons, but they're not really worth getting. For me, what you need to be looking for, and you have a good chance of finding these. They're all basically the same, but there's different configurations and colours. They're called an exotic ship. They're guaranteed to be an S-class. No, you don't send the freighter out. The freighter is massive. You can hire fleets and they'll go out. Pretty much like what they did in Black Flag, you know, with that little mini game. But on the freighter, you can live on the freighter. You can hire 4 pilots to defend, but it's just aesthetic. You can build rooms. You can have a large garden area. You can put a teleporter. You can put a ton of other stuff, and you can call your freighter into a system, and you can use the X-craft much easier from there. You can scan from there. You can do a ton from the freighter. No, you don't use them for attack. Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. I've never brought them in during an attack, but I would say that's where the pilots would come in. But to be honest, they're mostly aesthetic, you know. So it's like a little mobile base. But it's about the best I've seen it done, you know. It's pretty good. Yeah, I'm slacking. Just have I? Oh, I've got to the 2 billion. Yeah, yeah. That's because of looking for all of the ships. I'll show you. Right, no matter what guy you come up to with a ship, you know, if you like it. That's an S. Look at that, guys. If I was looking for an S now, I'd never find one. So that's the best explorer you can get in the game, but it's useless to me. It's only, what, 12 million? There it is, there's an S. So you can go up to him, and you have 2 choices. You can buy it, you can swap, or you can get that guy to join your fleet, which I'm not going to do. It's the wrong kind of craft. You see that? You can recruit him to your squadron. You see that? So he's an S pilot with an S ship. So that's the kind of max. So I'll decline. And now you can offer to trade. That means you're swapping your ship. And there's another one. Make an offer on his ship. And you can buy that ship if you want to and add it to your fleet. You're allowed to hold about 6, I think, at the start. Then you'll have to kind of sell them off, scrap them. I think once you get the freighter, you're allowed to hold a lot more when you have the freighter. That would be interesting, yeah. Well, who knows, maybe in the future with some update, right? Well, as I said, it's just a mobile base, really. You know, even without your mobile base, when you have guys you've hired as fighter pilots, they'll come along and join you in every battle, no matter how far the battle is away from the freighter. But they don't really do any damage, to be honest. They're just for show. Like, I did a few tests where I totally took the shields out from one guy, and I let them mess around, and they were doing next to no damage, really, you know. And even some people would say, well, you know, the only reason there... You see, basically, if you lose a target for too long, his shields will regenerate, and you've got to go through the shields again. So a lot of people would say that, oh, they're only there to make sure they don't generate the shields. But even at that, you know, these guys were still regenerating the shields, so they're just for show. You know, they don't do any real damage. But it's nice to have them there. Now, the benefit of having them there and a big fleet is you'll get more people, you know, kind of moving around on your freighter. It's more immersive, you know. Absolutely. It is always the best way to learn. You know. So that's an S if I wanted one. But, you know, why would you want that? It's junk. No, once these are available, you're better off with these, or maybe an S-Class Cento, smaller ones. Pretty nice. Hi Lars, how are you? Yeah, but it's not that complicated, you know. But as Wright said, the only way is to just get in there and play, you know. But a good tip is to get that Atlas pass, you know, go to your anomaly, get that out of the way as quickly as possible. And then if you're looking for a decent ship, hang out in a 3-star system. Eventually something like that will come in. Make sure you've got a ton of cash, you know, and you're pretty good. If you're looking for the exotics, you know, having about 25, maybe 30 mil would be a nice start. You know, because it would be a horrible if you found one, but you know, didn't have the money. If you've got a junker with you, you can just pay the difference and kind of trade that in as well. But no matter what kind of a freighter you get, which I should have doing, but I just kind of held back. I just wasn't into the freighter at that time. You're better off getting your freighter immediately, you know. That way, if you see any nice pilots, you can hire them, you know. And you can hire them for free. You know, it doesn't cost anything to hire them. And then, when you find another freighter that's an S, you can just swap it in, you know. But then, again, you're talking about a lot of money. You know, if you're looking to buy maybe the likes of a Dreadnought, I've seen them going up to maybe 179 million. There's probably more. It all depends on how many storage spaces they have, but they're all the same, all the S's in the Dreadnoughts, except how many spaces you have. And don't worry about the spaces. Don't go buying them and blowing your money on that. Max out the guilds, and they'll give you a ton of that stuff for free. It's just a matter of, you know, going around enough and meeting them. Well, the economy scanner will tell you more about a system. You know, whether it's wealthy or prosperous and stuff like that, or how much they give for, let's say when you're selling stuff, how much above market they would pay, or if you're buying stuff, how much above market and whatever, you know. So it's not a real biggie, to be honest. You know, I found that obviously, you know, the best place to sell would be the likes of the booming economies and that, but money is not really a thing. Maybe early in the game, you know. You're better off to get it during the sale, obviously, yeah. But don't rush it, you know. You know what I mean? Just stay in your little system, do all your things and that, and then slowly move out. Pick one thing that you want to do, get reasonably good at that, then move on to the next. It's a game that I'd say if you follow the quest all the time, you'd be through it pretty quick. And then you'd lose kind of interest in the game. Have fun, yeah. And the fun is learning. That is the real fun in these games, you know, kind of learning. And, you know, even if you don't know something and you've gone a long way in the game, you know, that you've missed something, well, the whole thing is endless. You know, there's always millions of those opportunities again, so you're really missing nothing, you know. But I would say, you know, to get an Atlas Pass, number 3, buy that stuff on the anomaly, whatever it is, and maybe get a freighter as soon as possible, you know, even if it is a B. You can be a smuggler, but it's not what you think. Basically, you go to a pirate system, buy some junk, then warp back to another system and sell it. That's it. You know, that's all it is. The only reason I did it here, and I'll show you, was to max out certain things in this game. See the outlaws here? I'll be working on these after. You see this smuggling run? So highest medal achieved. That's what I want. The only thing I'm missing in all of this is the quests, because yeah, they are a bit tedious, but I will eventually get round to them. Doing the quests on these, all the rest are highest middle, and there's one I'm missing as well where I've got to do this here on the survival milestones. This is the only one. I need 2 more. So with that, I found if you're just best off to go to an extreme planet, dig a hole, wait inside, and just it takes ages to do. So if you're not playing, maybe just I haven't done it yet, but I'm gonna have to get this out. Maybe watch some TV and just leave them lingering there for a while. And that will be my third last achievement, I think. And then I'll get one more when I reach the center of the galaxy. And then the only one that's left that I didn't want to do in this run, because I'm learning it obviously, would be to reach the center of the galaxy on permadeath, which I'll do some other time. Once I know the ropes, so it should be easy enough. Yeah. Basically, yeah. No, basically they'll scan you, and they'll find it if you don't have a scan blocker. And if you say no, they'll send out some ships, just run. All you do is lose 1 point in standing with that faction, which is pretty easy to gain back. You can get it through quests, you can get it through freighters, but you can also get it by giving them gifts. You'll get little Gex statues, little Viking statues, and Korvac statues. If you gift them to anyone, you can only do it one at a time, unfortunately, so it's tedious. You'll get your standing back. You know what I mean? That's how I maxed out all of these guys, so I could collect the stuff very early in the game, because all the worth is about 6,000 or 7,000 a piece, and who wants that? You're better off getting the standing with a faction. The top standing is 100 for a faction. Now you'll lose a drastic amount of points working for the likes of the pirates doing their quests, but I'll show you. Like 100 is basically where you need to be top. And on the Gek, even though I've messed about a bit, I'm 283. So as long as I don't go below 100, it's okay. There's the Viking, that's ridiculous, 426. And there's the Korvac, 283. Yeah. But for certain things here with the outlaws, when I'm doing their quests, like you see this one here, that I'm eventually going to have to max out. But I can kind of afford it, There's other little things eventually you'll see in the game. There's tons of ways to, and if you get really bad negative standing, you can do a quest for the pirates and get a forged passport, and just reset it at the station, and you'll go back to 0 again. But I've never had to do it, So what are we doing here? Oh yeah, I'm just checking this. We're going back and we're making that junk, isn't it? Yeah, I have to get around to that eventually. I've been kind of picking the kind of quest I want to do that, Okay, we've already done that. Fair enough. Okay, let's get back and we get that statue for that guy. I've got that on my freighter. I was very, very lucky. The first pirate freighter I did battle was an S-class. That was probably unusual. Yeah, I don't have to go to buy these. I've got a ton of them in storage. And I wanted to drop back some junk anyway. Now you can build on this. This wasn't here, and you can do the decorating and stuff like that. It can be a bit buggy, to be honest. But you'll get a hang of it right quick, Now's our chance to get rid of some of this junk, guys. Get rid of a ton of this junk.
Inventory full.
Now, this is what we need here. What was it again we needed, guys? Oh, some kind of statue, wasn't it? No, there it is there. Croc, isn't it? Yeah, okay. There it is there. There's the Croc junk there. We just need one. I told you I've got a ton of this junk. There. Now. Gotta craft a conscious bridge. What is a conscious bridge? Let's see. Do you know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna store this stuff for a moment because it's getting in my way. Yeah, you see this here for a moment. There, it keeps showing up in my inventory. There. Okay. Where is this conscious bridge? No, it should blow up when we see it. Okay, it's not on that. It's not on that. There it is. Okay, we got it. Yeah, something like that. I'm nearly sure I had a bit in storage anyway. Now, there's Starboard. Let's keep on that one. It's just the menu is really confusing. Use the teleport to instantly return to the previous systems. Find them. Okay. On the anomaly. I already have one here. Let's get rid of this junk here, guys. Just for a little moment here. I can almost remember why I've got everything here. Let me see. We'll just get rid of this for a second. Okay, we're almost there. Ah, there we go. Now. There, right. We're good to go, guys. Looked it up. Yeah, I think there'll be a few of those we have to build. I'm guessing. Now, it told me to find a teleporter. I've got one here. It's probably going to send us back to that other system again. It should be marked on the system. Videg. There it is there. You see it? See it there? We got it. Now, while this guy's going here, I'll just check on my doggos for 1 minute, guys. Yeah, they're good. They're good. So, right, let's go. Now, I guess this will come to a halt shortly, and then we'll get into the purge. Oh, there's the egg, guys. Oh no, it's another one of these. It's not an egg, it's that thingy. And then it'll give me orders to do something else, I'd say. Sorry, is my audio off? Here, let me check here. How's my audio, guys? Audio off. No. It's good on this end. No, you're good, yeah. I just checked it here. Alright. Insert one conscious bridge. Okay. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see this ship. You see, this is little things I can look forward to. You know, it's the same car on Subnautica. If you rush too forward in a game, too much forward. I still want to build that underwater base, and I haven't even finished the other base yet, or the freighter. The game is just so interesting, it has me running, you know, every which way. There it is. So now we've got to a delicate web of living tissue. Okay. Blah blah blah. So what do they want us to do now? Allow the nutristem to mature. Ah, this is where we get a break. I see. So now we'll see how long does it mature. Yeah, that's where I'd kind of pull back on anything else you want to do. Little side stuff or anything you want to build. Now is the time. I would recommend below zero after this as well. Yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe there's some things that's better, and there's some things that's not as good, I'd say. You know. Now, what do they want me to do with this? The stem is growing and must be given time to mature. This is where we get a break. So let's see it. Can it be moved? No, it can't even be moved, guys. Oh, it can. Well, we'll leave them here for safekeeping. So I'll tell you what I'll do with those. Yeah, we'll leave them there for safekeeping. So that's it for this one. Yeah, get it after. I seen it on sale. I think I picked it up for like tenner or something. Yeah. You know, just something to think about in the future, you know. But, pretty decent game. If you like Subnautica, you'll definitely like that. Well, apparently it was meant for DLC. But they changed their mind and then they added a little bit more to it and released it as a game. Yeah, guys, I think it's time to go. So, we'll go back to the freighter. I think the full price for it is something kind of decent, but I think I picked it up for about 15. I think, but I think it might have been on sale. Put it on a wish list. You know, because even if you're not ready to play it, you know, if it goes down on a good sale, you could always, you know, just leave it there. I did that. I wasn't ready to play Cyberpunk, but I put it on a wish list, and I think it dropped by 40% with the Phantom Liberty or the Liberty DLC. I did the same with Kingdom Come. Not Kingdom Come, Medieval Dynasty, that went down as well. And I think I did the same with Subnautica. Especially if you're not ready to play them, you know. But yeah, I hear you alright. It is hard to keep things going these days. True. Oh, everything is just temporary, Corin. I'm sure things will work out. For ages. Oh. You must have missed the sale then. Yeah. Oh, maybe there was no sale where you are. There was one here. I forget how much. I'll check my Microsoft account after and see how much. I think it was 15 euros. So that's like what's that, like 16 bucks or something? 16 or 17 bucks. Is streaming. Nice. Well, as long as you're happy, that's the main thing, isn't it? Oh, hang on, we've already been there. So, right. Oh, yeah, I see it 24 hours. Yeah, I guess it. Well, 25 hours, actually. Okay, that will give us some breathing room then. We've got to make sure we don't sell or get rid of this by accident. But maybe I could store it, wouldn't it be safer? Well, we'll see if it will store. Yeah, we'll go back here. Yeah, it'd be much safer if we could store it. Well, I wouldn't even have to store it. I'll put it on my freighter, and that way we're not having it in our inventory, and we still have access to it. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. But who knows? Sometimes it could turn to actually making a living at it, you know. Same here. Just passing the time. Let's see if we can transfer these over to... Yeah, the freighter. That's it. That way there's no chance of... no matter where we are in the universe, we'll have access to these. See where I need a room, guys? This is getting kind of ridiculous. I'm gonna have to find a way to grind these out eventually. I've been using this for storage as well, unfortunately. Now, let's see what we have here. Well, basically, we'll take this other junk with us. I'll make some fuel. Nah. No. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I suppose if I keep it in my limits on this. Where is that? 6 something. And that one. So, what do we need on the freighter? I think 3 more to finish that first stack. Yeah, okay, we'll just make 3 of those. We just have enough without touching my other's junk. There it is there, isn't it? Oh, sugar. How do I do this again? There. There. Right, we're good. Yeah, I'll just stock each of them 20, and that will do me for goodness gracious, I don't know how long. But a long time. Now. There. Okay, we're good to go, guys. I'll check that one out later. And that I have to eventually sell. I'm just in no great rush yet. Until I start running out of room. Well, you never know. It's always an option there, you know. So, let me check on the guys I have out and see if they're back in, and then we'll see. Okay, he's still got 2 hours. And what about these guys? Oh, they've still got a bit of time. He's out for another hour and a half. Perfect. Right, so we don't have to deal with those. Okay, let's get a save in here. I'll be slightly redesigning this later. Well, not on this side, but on the other. We'll have a look at that later. Now, this is what I want to do. I want to... Hang on, what have we got here? Just line these up correctly here. The reason I have them here, although they're very scarce, whenever I meet one of those things I can trade them in, but I'm eventually going to have to sell all this junk, I would say. No doubt about that. Yeah, eventually sell it. Apparently you can only hold 3 of these, so the only ones I'm missing now would be 2 more of these guys. The fences, they're kind of rare. I don't know how these are working, to be honest. But that's all I'm getting is a chunk there. There's just probably, you know, some way of getting those, I suppose. We'll look into it later. Now, where's the purge? Yeah, well, we're out of that for the next 24 hours, so that will be on the next stream. So there's the purge. Now, it said to restart the mission by... Yeah, okay, we'll do that in a moment. Which is handy. We don't have to go back halfway across the galaxy. We'll save that here. So we're ready to go. We'll do this from the space station. And we'll do the purge. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, stuff does kind of creep up on you unexpectedly. What's this? Final interface portal. Nearby system. Right, okay. I'm looking forward to this. Even if we do the last quest, there's so tons on this to keep me interested for a while, I'd say. Restart mission by using nearby structures because it's probably 100 light years away. Okay. Locate and enter the final portal. Here we go, guys. Let's go for it. I think this will give us the last engines. It's gotta be behind this quest. They're Atlet or something engines, I think they're called. It's a pity I thought I'd have a Sentinel by now. That was a kind of disaster. They've almost thought of everything in this game to stop quests from bugging out. It's just they can be a bit vague sometimes. And especially the stuff where, you know, you don't get any more instructions until you go into space with your ship. Can be confusing sometimes. I'll land right up here, guys. Ah. Oh, by strange, organic-looking starships. Oh, what's this? They do not answer our hails. Ooh. Okay. The crew are worried, and we have primed our weapons. No way. Communicate peacefully. I know. Oh, I think I'll pay for that one. Oh, hang on. That didn't work out good. Unfortunate news. There has been an incident. Oh, here we go. And the fleet has been badly damaged. I will prepare a full report for you. But in the meantime, I require your advice. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, I wonder if I'll get that again. That's funny. Okay, that's kind of interesting as well. Let's have another shot at that. I want to see if we actually attack the ships. If it still happens. If it's one of those things that you can't avoid. That's the first time that's ever happened.
Extreme radiation detected.
Yeah, we're not losing a ton of time. And we need to learn. But it sounded like the living ships. I thought it might have been something to do with that because, you know, it's kind of a coincidence that I'm just starting that quest. I get the feeling... Yeah, it's... Oh, hi, Lobo. Yeah, I've done most of the decorating out here. I do want to extend it a bit. But even though there's a lot of stuff, you know, some of it is not really suitable. It's more of a kind of settlement outdoor kind of thing. But it's coming along. So, what have you been up to, Lobo? It was fun fixing it up, I must admit. We might do a little bit of it near the end as well. I want to open up the back and maybe do some kind of mess hall and, if I can. Not sure how it would look. Can't really use carpets or anything on that. And definitely some kind of sleeping quarters, you know, beds, even though I won't use them. Lockers, that kind of thing, like a kind of working crew. Of the new living ship from long ago. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I just started that living ship thing. I saved up enough of the Quicksilver. And it's pausing for 25 hours or something. Unsaved too. Nice! I found another one earlier today. The Void Egg, that's the one. I found another one earlier today as well, but I already had one, an S Dreadnought. Yeah, 24 hours, that's what I'm thinking. 25 or something on that one, but yeah, 24. Same thing. Nice. Yeah, basically we just stopped that because of the 20-something thing. We're pushing with the Purge because there's still an engine I need to get, and I think it's behind that. There's so much still left to do in this. I don't think it'll spoil it for me too much. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff. Now, the frigates that I sent out said they were approached by organic ships. I thought it might have been something to do because it's never happened to me before. And, just when I was doing the egg thing, I thought it was too much of a coincidence. So I said to approach them peacefully, and that went sideways. So I want to see, excuse me, I want to see if that can be changed. So we just did a reload. But personally, I don't think so. It seemed like the good thing to do, and then I had to recall the fleet. Well, it didn't really make much of a difference, to be honest. There's a few, I think, in storage, about 40 or 50. There it is again, guys. Yeah, here, let's see if we can change it. We need your advice. We've been approached by strange, organic-looking starships. Now, I told them to be nice about this, and it went sideways. They do not answer our hails. The crew are worried, and we have primed our weapons. How should we respond now? I did the communicate peacefully, and that backfired. So, let's just see. Attack before it's too late. Raise shields and begin the attack, and we'll wait here for a moment. We'll just wait for a second. Well, they attacked first, although we did a bit of a safe scumming on it. No, that's it really. Yeah, that's it. Okay, live and learn, I suppose. Yeah, I thought it was just too much of a coincidence. But yeah, okay. Let's go. I thought having the shields raised would have been a given anyway. Oh, we can push forward with this one. Oh, no problem, Reboot. My pleasure. Anytime. And thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and a great day. I'm still a newbie in this, so I hope whatever I told you helps. Have a good one. Sleep time. No problem. Stay safe. Bye. Yeah, this is to the restart the simulation thing. That's what I'll do. Bye. Yeah, obviously well, it's always the same thing. We gotta track it down with that old thing, isn't it? So we just find a landing spot here. Landing not clear for some reason. It looks clear to me, but no. This is one fussy ship. Okay. It's gonna have me trouncing all over the place. Surely this is good enough for you to land. Ah, come on. Are you kidding me? It's a perfect place to land. There it is. Got it. Now, is that activated copper I see? Nah, rubbish. Final portal. Oh, hang on, we're in the wrong spot. Yeah, I suppose we need a little bit of that anyway. I just want to get the fuel thing out of the way. Something for me to do. Why not?
Units received.
Why not? Okay, we're good. Let's move out. Where is my ship? Now that's the one problem I have, and I'm keeping track of that silly ship. I think we've overflown that one. Let's see if I can find this. There it is. No, I assumed we had to come in and scan for it, but no. You gotta be kidding me. Microsoft is trying to spam me with an update to take about minimum 45 minutes. So I'll push another time on this. I have to make sure and remember this after I stream and get that update, because I usually just turn this on when I'm ready to stream, and that will hit me automatically then, and that will delay me a lot. Okay, where is this thing? See, I've lost track of it again. Do you know what it is? Ah, come on, for... Locate the portal. There it is. Now, this is where we can't go wrong. They want us to specifically land here, I'd say. Surely we can't go wrong. Yeah, but it won't let us land there. That's the problem. Land to begin the search. Yeah, but you won't let me land. Come on, come on. There it is. We got it. Now, let's see. Yeah, there it is. We got it. We got it. Okay. Oh my good God. It's 1,000 this way. Okay. I suppose we'll do a bit of scanning on the way down. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? Oh, is it this way? That way. We'll do a little bit of scanning on the way. Hey there, watch your backside. Right, let's go. Yeah, we're good for scanning, I'd say, for a moment. Do you also build? You can. I didn't really go into it. Because you'll have to set up a big base. Materials are so easy to get, but eventually I will set one up just for show, with the extractors and that, on some planet, but it will just be aesthetic, really, whenever I get around to doing that really big base, but materials are just so easy to get, going back and finding, having to collect the stuff and that. But I haven't done all the extracts. I never even, where you can run a settlement of kind of gas or electrical or that kind of stuff. The problem with that is you would be tied to a pretty ugly location. So I did is I worked it entirely on solar panels beneath the, kind of building up the settlement and beneath it. That way you can kind of pick and choose, where you want to build. And trust me, finding a good place to build is not easy. Yeah, we're going in the right direction anyway. What else do we need? Is some of that junk. But yeah, whenever I get around to doing that, it will be like a large kind of farm for doing that. But literally, I've been selling stuff off Yeah, just to get rid of it. Yeah, now that I'm using this constantly for frigate fuel, I suppose it's a good idea to kind of stock up on it while we're here.
Technology recharge.
Well, it's on our way anyway. Let's see if we have any more scanning opportunities. Not really. Okay, almost there. Yeah, I can't wait to get into that eventually. If you do find a paradise planet, you know, you'd want to put down a settlement beacon on it. I got lucky, let's say, right from the start. They landed me on one during the game, so I thought they were common enough. But I've been to maybe 500-600 different systems, and I've only found 2 others. One I didn't even bother marking, you know, because it was quite early. But the second one I did mark. But yeah, they're not that common. And even though it says, and this is a kind of fun fact, even though it said it's a paradise planet, literally, if you try to name it Paradise Planet, it won't let you. It tells you to pick another name, like it's some kind of obscene thing. Yeah, it's probably the auto mod thing that having it kind of freaking out. Those guys are not happy with that. Gag. Yeah, there's some nice spots there as well. And this is something I remotely need, so I thought I'd just pick it on the way. I won't even follow that stuff there, but I'll tell you, even though I've never been required to use this and you can't grow it, I've been collecting a little bit of that just in case. But if you can't grow it and it's never required, it's probably something got to do with food if you go down that road, I suppose. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing it's gonna be. Oh. Now, which way? This way, apparently. Oh, sugar! No, I don't want to mess about in there. It'll take too long. Yeah, it would just take too long, guys. You're never going to get them all done. It would be impossible. They're endless. Literally endless. So what's the point? It's just if anything comes up easy, I'll scan it. And from that, there's no real need. That's what I'm telling you about that stuff. It's everywhere. It's not exactly rare. It's definitely not rare. I used to use it in the beginning for launch fuel, but you know, once I got that recycler thing, yeah, I've never not needed it since. There we go. Oh, we're here. Oh, this is the portal. Aye. We'll need stuff to power this one up. Now, this is something I would have to put... What I want to do with this, guys, I want to put down a base beacon. So I can, you know, if I want to go somewhere, with a portal address. It would be the best way to do it. There would be no other way back. See, you'll lose this area eventually and you won't be able to get back. I've found 2 of these already, but I haven't done that. Okay. We'll put well, not a base. I need a base beacon if I want to kind of come back. We'll need a teleporter in, a couple of batteries. Well, 1 battery, 2 solar pounds. Yeah. It's from here I can go anywhere in the galaxy once I have the address. The problem is, you'll lose this planet on your lineup even if you put it into favorites, it's bugged. See what I mean? So the only way to be sure of getting back here would be to put up a teleporter. The only way you can do that is put up a base. Yeah, it's totally bugged. Well, I can understand why. There's only so many things that will hold, you know, on your lineup, and then it starts to override. The problem is, it will override the ones you have unfavored as well, so you'll eventually lose this. So the only way to guarantee that I can use this whenever I want to, or else go find another one, is to put up a base. So, let's do that. Okay, now that's the problem, isn't it? Have we got any copper around? That's unfortunate. Oh, there's lots of really good stuff, but no copper. I could, I suppose, call in my freighter. Which I don't really want to, but if we don't find any copper, there's not much more I can do. Ah, there's usually copper somewhere. Well, this is not one of them, guys. It's more extreme planet. Yeah, I don't want to lose this one. Let's bring in our ship. Now that we've discovered this, it'll be easy. Everything's on the freighter. We don't even have to collect it. We just need to call it in. We just need to get to the atmosphere to do this. Oh, hang on. The problem with doing this, guys, I have my freighter down as a marker. Let me see. Surely there's copper here somewhere. Yeah, I've been using it as a marker because the favorite thing is not working. Let's leave the planet for a minute. One of the nearby planets, I would say. Captain Anti, good news. Fleet expedition could not be going better. We are currently surveying blah 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 scans sector. Okay. We'll try it. I know this is gonna fail horribly, guys. Power surge. What the? Oh. Now I've got to go back and help these guys. Watch this. That really messed it up, didn't it? What happened here? Black hole discovered. Wormhole warp successful. Rendezvous with the fleet. See, that's not what I wanted to do. So let's rendezvous. I suppose it'll just be a battle. That's really messed us up now, isn't it? Bad time for this quest to pop in. Wish them luck. Well, I know about this already. Yeah, the wormholes. We're not going through it anyway, I can tell you that. But here, we might pick up some copper while we're here, I suppose. Okay, let's go to the station. And from there we can warp back. That was unfortunate, wasn't it? Oh, hang on, what kind of a system are we in? Hang on for one moment. We are... Oh, we've come a long way here, guys. Yeah, I think 10,000 light years from where my other one is. 648. The other one was something. Oh, it could have been something the same. It doesn't really matter much. I think we'll be going to the center of the galaxy anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. What is the name of this galaxy? This is called... well, whatever it is. Unur. Or something. I'll have a quick look here. And I'll see if I can buy that junk here. Or I could just basically from here walk back to the freighter and collect it. I have to use it as a marker how far I'm pushed into the system.
Product received. Product received.
Now let's see if I can just buy that copper or the metal here. What do we need? 30, wasn't it? What have we got here? There's copper, guys. Yeah, okay. Let's buy 100 of that for a second. Just for a little bit. Here. I'll buy the whole thing.
Product received.
There, that's it. Right, okay, let's walk back. Yeah, I should have gone with that, but... that I didn't expect to be pulled ahead from that. Now, Let's go down and build our little thing. We should be good. Alright, let's do this again. I think that's the only planet I've ever been on where there was no copper. Well, there probably was, but, you know, looking for that. Oh yeah, it doesn't even say. It's actually not on it. No, there's none there. Well, this is the only way I know how to guarantee we can have that portal. Usually I would say, well, no, we keep it on favorites, so it will be easy, but it keeps erasing the favorites. And it erases the lineup as well, so you'd never find this again. Oh, sugar, where is it? Oh, we've got to locate the portal again. Ah, hang on, there it is. No, we don't. It's here. Right. This is going to be just the computer. Oh, hi, Fox Paradox. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. And how have you been, Fox? You don't mind if I call you Fox? Yeah, we just need that. We need a teleporter, 1 battery, and 2 solar panels. And that way we should be fine. Oh yeah, chromatic metal. Right. And the irony is I've got a ton of that junk back at the freighter. There, that should be enough. I think that's the first thing I've bought in materials in this game. And we'll call this just Portal. Nice and simple. No, that's no good unless we can get back here, so... Now... Let's see if we messed up too bad. I don't know what we need for this. Hang on here. We need that. Well, I can easily make the 2 carbon... Oh, what are they called? Carbon nanotubes. 2 of those. Let's see. Put in a teleporter. We'll just leave it here. Now, it might be hard. I forgot to collect some mirrors. We need a battery and we need 2 panels. I don't want to go with the biofuel reactor. That would be silly. That's a battery. Okay. Magnetized for it. Carbon. Condensed carbon. I can do that. What about the more important ones? Gold. I have pyrite. Oh, we can go up and we can get a ton of gold in space. It's not a thing. This is taking me a lot longer than I thought. or because they keep wiping out the favourites from it, and I've been using the freighter as a marker. Well, the metal we can do. We need 2 of them, so we need 100 of that, and we need 60 gold. I wonder if I can do something with the pyrite. I never tried changing it back. Maybe it reverts back to gold. We'll see. Probably. So 60 gold and 100 of those. We'll see if we can get the gold first. So let's see if this works. I know we can change gold to pyrite, but can we do it the other way around? Well, we're gonna find out. No. That's stupid, isn't it? That really is stupid. Okay, we're taking a small trip to space, guys. That's silly. It really is. I suppose we can get rid of that when we're here. But we can do the... Okay, we'll go get... What about the battery? Let's see, what do we need for the battery? Magnetized ferrite. Okay, we can work on a condensed carbon. Okay, so we spend a little bit longer here, I suppose. Okay, we haven't got time for that now. How much condensed carbon do we need? 100. Okay, we can sort that one anyway. That's easy enough. I have all this junk in storage, but I can't move that freighter. Was it 100? And then we need 100 of the other guys, and then it's just right. Right, that's that one anyway. Magnetized ferrite 60, is it? Okay. I thought I had a ton of ferrite here. Oh, it's something I usually get rid of straight away. There's some there. Let's see, there might be enough here. Yeah. We'll get rid... hang on. Oh, it doesn't matter. This does actually go back into ferrite. There, that's done. Oh, magnetized. It's gotta go again, isn't it? Yeah, I forgot about that. It's gotta be put through twice. We just about have enough then. We need 60, isn't it? We'll get to use our junk anyway, it's not too bad. Carbon would have been easy here, but I just didn't want to mess with it too much. Magnetized. Oh yeah, this is still in the hopper. Now it should be good. Yeah, okay, let's do the battery thing. Now, all we're short of is 2 of these, and we need... well, we've got the metal plate. So we need 100 of that, and I've got the copper, so we're good for that. 60 gold. I can hit the asteroid field up above for that. So we need 100. Right, I'll take 100 of these.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, just a gold. I'll just be a quickie. This is a golden opportunity now to, you know, permanently get back to this gate. I've missed two other opportunities. I held them unfavoured. In my defence, I didn't think they'd get wiped. There, 60 gold is all we need, and that should be easy enough. But it will require a little trip. The plates I already have, because you'll get guys asking you for help sometimes, so I have them on the ship. So 60 gold for two of these, and then we're good to go. Right, this is marked already anyway. So this shouldn't take long. There's no gold on this planet, so there is a way to do this. And these guys here, that's probably silver. There's one, yeah it is. Well, they're pretty decent for platinum as well, so let me see. Yeah, that's been rare, that platinum. Okay, let's just get our gold and get this done. Yeah, let me get right in. You'll draw some pirates, but that's not a biggie. Okay. There we go, that was easy. There's our, what, 60 gold, yeah. Right, okay. Let's finish off that access point. I could probably do with more of those. There, we're good to go. One of them is plenty enough to, one of these panels is plenty enough to power this during the day. The other one will fill the battery and we're good to go. Should never be a time when this is out of juice then. Seems to be the best way. £2 per battery. Now, oh, the metal plating. Yee. Okay. I think we've got ferrite for that, have we? We need ferrite dust. Well, everything has ferrite dust here. Let me see what we've got here. We'll run this guy through again. That should do it, I'd say. Yeah. Well, at least this one works. It kind of reverts to back what it was. Do we lose some of this? Cool. Not really, no. We don't. Yeah, this should be enough. I should... Hang on here for a moment. No. I'll tell you what we'll do with this one altogether. I'll get it the hard way. Yeah, this is just silly. Let's see what this guy has here. Everything has fire dust in this game. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, that was just making it too hard on myself there. There. Yeah, maybe we need a couple for storage. Well, at least one anyway. Right, okay, let's make this. There we go. We are here. That's it. That's the end of that. Let's see if it's working. Perfect. Yeah. That's gonna be really, really handy to us. I'll do something a little better for it later. I'll make a tiny little base for the portal and I'll move it over here. Okay, let's get on with the quest. Make it a little bit more acceptable, I suppose. Now this is the way we can get a save here. Right, now excuse me, let's see what they want here. I know I've got to power this little thingy up here. Nah, we needed copper anyway, didn't we?
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Well, we're gonna have to get copper eventually, won't we?
Recharge.
For this one.
Technology recharge. 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 Technology recharge.
Oh, we definitely needed that copper.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
There we go. Right, so we'll reset the simulation, isn't it? Portal shimmers, if you look at it, never quite resting long enough for my eyes to process it fully. I must focus. Okay. Activate portal. There we go. Before we go, this... I don't know where this is going to bring me. But we're going to find out. Now, let me have a look at this quest one more time. Speak with the Atlas. Oh, I've learned the language fully as well, so this should be easy enough. Although I don't think, you know, they'd block anything out of this one. I don't even know where we are. We won't know. Well, usually to drop us off, our ship is slightly damaged, and we gotta. That's it. Okay, what do we do? Now. Where's this Atlas guy? Oh, there's copper here, alright, of course there is. Oh, hang on. Okay. So, what's happening now? Fair enough. It watches me. Cry out. What the? Okay, I don't get this, guys. Were we supposed to do something before we went through? How am I going to speak with Atlas? Okay, this is where I'm a bit confused at. Oh, it's a number of times, is it? Oh, I see. You gotta keep crying. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll keep crying out. Now for no, is it? Okay. It's a crying game. The crying game. Ah, there he is. Yeah, okay. Didn't make a difference anyway. This will initiate reset. It has happened before and it seems to stop nothing. It's still only 16 minutes. Well, 16 minutes is 16 minutes, isn't it? Do you know what I will remember when it happens? When I woke up next to my ship, I just performed a reset. Oh, that's what probably happened. I get it. That's somebody else. Everything is coming down. Perhaps all that is left is to learn the final truth of the simulation. Ask if there is another way. I realize that there is no other way. Okay. Oh, a reset then. While it lives, it can still create. Resets will not stop that. I do not know what to do or what it wants me to do. What do you think, guys? Do we reset or do we refuse? Obviously the game won't end anyway, that would be silly. But if we refuse, everything changes, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. It is about resetting it. That's the way I was gonna go. It's strange they give us the option, isn't it? I suppose the illusion of something. There we go. We reset the... okay. A new galaxy awaits. Do we lose everything? No, it's not really an option. It's usually... it would have to go one way, wouldn't it? Okay, what do we do now? Oh, it's over. Okay. That's it, that's the end of it. New beginnings. I accepted the guidance of Atlas. What choice did I have? I am part of the Atlas. I am not without it. I didn't know what the machine is doing, blah blah blah. for worlds, if galaxies might explore, like, blah, okay, blah blah blah. Okay, let's get out of here. Oh, I usually come in here on a ship, but we'll see. Let me see. Oh, hang on, there's something opening down there. Yeah, it's probably down here. Yeah, no, I'm just kind of taking my time. Yeah, oh, there's one. It's back, is it? Right, it's just up here. Yeah, just looking around. Kind of taking it in, you know, I haven't done this before. Let's see what's here. Ooh, cool. I wonder, is this where we get a pat on the back? 3 saves. Ah, so you wanted to find out what was happening. What is this? The creation. The creation. Oh, he's gonna send me on a quest. You're kidding me. Well, what can we do anyway? We've got to do this. Reset simulation. Well, we have no choice. I don't know, did we pick the right one? We're gonna find out. As long as I don't lose my bases, it should be good. I don't think it's like that, really. I don't think it really makes a difference which one you pick, it's all the same. But it was right, this is endgame from here without the new stuff and the updates, I suppose. Well, the music would appear to be so. Can we skip this? No, apparently not. Surely not going to make its way through this, are they? Well, I can't skip it anyway. Let me see. Oh, here it is. Zipper lips. Oh. It's a pity I've got to do this to get the last engine, you know that. But that's all part of the updates, isn't it? This would have been the first of it, I suppose. New galaxy discovered. Oh, I see. We've got to go there. That's the center of the galaxy. Now I'm getting it. I see. That's my achievement there as well, isn't it? One of many. Oh. Okay, this is going to play with us for a little bit, so I'll just check on something while I was doing that. Now, with a bit of luck, we'll be able to keep our freighter and stuff. Hopefully. Yeah, you were saying, have I got wiring looms? I've got a ton of them in storage, yeah. Oh, no, you can't build those. On me? No. I don't think so. problem then, yeah? No, something I don't carry around. I rarely use them.
Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
I see we're in trouble. Ah, there must be a way out of it.
Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational.
Oh, what's that, guys? That doesn't look like my gun.
User initialization.
Well,
sequence.
we're wearing the same stuff anyway, so we'll probably keep what we had. What have we got here? Base computer, like I searched the base computer. Remembrance, okay. A relic of, okay. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have doing this one, guys. Oh, we've done it now anyway.
Falling.
What the? You're kidding me. Ah, you're kidding me. Now we're in trouble. This I didn't see coming. Critically damaged. How are we, I don't know what to do. No way of getting out of this. Yeah, finding my ship, but there's no way of getting materials. I have some materials here. So what I need for the visor? Oh, for goodness sake, let me see. We'll go away with remembrance, will you, for goodness sake. Analysis visor. There it is there. 2 carbon nanotubes. Ah, 2 carbon nanotubes. Oh, I messed up big time, didn't I? I don't have enough junk for that. I don't think we can put that... No, everything is broken. Yeah, but without my gun, there's not much I can do. I have nowhere to hide. I can't even dig a hole. See what I mean? Critically damaged.
Radiation
Yeah,
protection.
but I actually don't get this, because if they don't give me a way of fixing this... Oh, hang on, there it is. There's some way out of this. That's carbon. Salt. Carbon. Okay, we might have a chance, guys, but... I'm looking for ferrite dust. Oh, sugar. Dodgy. We'll get out of this, we'll get out of this. I haven't died yet. There it is. We get that visor fixed. Lucky I had this backup gun, you know that? Now, let's see. Wrong one. Yeah, we're gonna die before this works out, I'd say. Oh yeah, 2 carbon nanotubes. There. Now we have a chance.
repaired. Technology repaired.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, where's our ship? There's our ship. 600 and something. Yeah, we'll get back here and I'll fix all this stuff. This is kind of fun. This reminds me of the start. It's lucky I had the gun. Yeah, it's lucky I had the gun or I was in... There's no way of getting the materials. Now, our shields should hold up. The scanner for dust. Yeah, okay. I don't know, guys. Will we make it? Will we make it? Ah, we will. 400 and something. There, this might help a bit. No, I didn't know I'd need so much junk. If we can make it back to the ship. Oh, I did spend a lot of time being confused, but we'll see. The ship is our salvation. There it is. If we can get there and just recover, we'll be good. It's lucky I had a backup gun. Oh, we'll make it. Yeah, it would have been a shame to die now. After lasting so long. Let's recover. This will probably need help as well, but that's okay. It'll be fun fixing everything up again. That's it. Pure ferrite, blah 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 blah. Okay. Just let our shields come back up, and then we'll start working on this stuff. Well, we'll see if we can fix the ship first, anyway. So, what does the ship need? Oh my good God. Oh my good God. We're gonna have to, if we can fix up every... Oh... If we can just get to a space station. Yeah. Oh my good God. But that would have been... Yeah. I think this is the way it was meant to be, wasn't it? To fix everything. But we just need to do the obvious. The stuff here, what it tells us to do. Now. New beginnings. That's the one. Now let me see what they say. No. Oh well, that will keep that off the screen for a while. To Calypso. Oh. Okay. We'll see what we can fix here anyway. Well, top priority is getting off this planet, isn't it? Ah, this is just like old times. I don't think that has anything got to do with it, guys, does it? That's just a kind of repeat from the last one. No, we'll be allowed to progress, thank goodness. I did bring a bit with me, but I don't think it will be good enough for what we want to do. So let's see the main systems we have to fix on this. Well, we need this anyway. We have the metal plating, so we need the seal. That's one, and then we'll need the thrusters. there's a lot of fixing in this, guys. But we'll concentrate on the ship, I suppose. Although I need to be able to dig as well. So what's that? Okay. And where's the seal in this guy? Oh, we'll get there, guys. We'll get there. We'll get there. It was getting very cushy at one stage, alright, yeah. 0 of 63, and the microprocessors were kind of out of action on that one, aren't we? Okay. Well, all of this is just a side thing until we get these two fixed. And the launch thruster, that's definitely there. Pure ferrite and one of the hydrogen jelly things. Okay, this is all rubbish I used to sell. Now we need the pure ferrite. How much do we need of that? If we can get to a space station, we're good. That obviously left us our freighter. Then this is easy. Which one were we fixing? That one. So we need 50 pure ferrite. Oh, I did pick up some junk, so that's a pure ferrite, so we need another 14. Now is the time to... Have I got any rusted metal? Apparently not. Okay, we need another 14 pure ferrite. Oh, sugar. That needs to be fixed. This is good, this is good. Okay, this is really good. I see. I see. Yeah, they're sticking it to us here. Fair enough. We need 14. Okay, let's see if we can build something outside. Okay, this has been a while. We need metal plating. There. Now we have a chance.
Technology recharge.
Okay, let's see if we can get our pure... Yeah, they've caught me sideways on this one. They have really caught me sideways.
Radiation protection falling.
Now, it's the gun I really need to fix the laser on that, to be honest. Yeah, they've caught me sideways, but this is kind of fun. It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is kind of fun. No, as long as I made it back to my ship, I'm good. It gives me something to do. Now, let's see. Fixing this is vital. The hijacked... Oh, it's complicated with the wiring loom, so we're going nowhere with that. Has it got an ordinary laser? That's not too bad. The hijack laser. So we just need ferrite dust for that one. See if we can get that one back online. Okay, we'll have to use... It's lucky I had a weapon, to be honest. That one. Yeah, this one was protected. What's that over there anyway? Buried information. Blah blah blah.
Units received.
Yeah, we'll make a thing of it.
Units received.
Shouldn't be too bad as long as we don't stray away too far from here. Oh, basically I think all we need is enough to lift us off the planet. Let me see. What have we got here? was only accidentally I had the second weapon. I don't know what I would have been doing without it, to be honest. Just sheer luck, I suppose. Now, as long as we're beside our ship, we're not too bad. If I can get this guy relatively back in action, we have half a chance. There.
Component repaired. Technology repaired.
Now, what's this one here? Oh, don't worry about that. Yeah, I'm not too bothered about that. Wiring looms. Yeah, they're dead nuts on wiring looms, aren't they? Yeah, they're big into wiring looms. Let's see if we can use the laser. Oh, nice. Okay.
Units received.
Now, what I really need is this guy here. Okay, we can do that.
Component repaired.
The gun I seen him was actually mined. I thought it was a new one. Perfect. Now, let's see what we want on this.
Shield down.
So, we want to... We've got to actually fix this. We need pure ferrite and one more of those. Okay, so, right. Alright, one more of those, and we'll do that pure ferrite. We need, what, another 14. If this is enough to lift us to a station, there should be no problem. Yeah, it's giving me access to my ship. The wrong part, oh, fortunately. Look at this. Yeah. This is kind of fun, but confusing as well. Oh, recycling for the win, absolutely. It is, yeah. But just by chance I just had two guns. I was in real bad way without that second gun. But just by sheer luck, I didn't expect this. Oh, the freighter will be very handy now, I can tell you. Of everything because of this. Now, we just keep away from that storm for a moment, so we're working on what? Working on the thrusters, the biggie. We need pure ferrite. 14, isn't it? Ah, it's been a while since I had to use that silly little thing. There, guys. Okay. Let's see if we can take off with that. And if we can call in our freighter, it's endgame. Oh, fix everything. I think I have like a good few of those other things. Those wiring looms. I didn't think I'd need them again, to be honest. Well, not much anyway, not that many. I think I'd be redoing all of this again. Okay, let's see.
Shield down.
And then we have a lot of fixing to do. There we go. What about this? Yeah, well, we're not doing anything with it, the microprocessors. But that's just a hyperdrive. We get enough to call in the freighter, it's endgame. Oh no, I've got a ton in storage. Yeah. I got a ton in storage because I knew they couldn't be crafted, and it was usually, you know, once you get a second-hand upgrade, they're just worth 16 nanites, and scrapping them will sometimes give you the other junk, you know. Yeah, I think that might be enough. Let's store the other guy. Yeah, so it's not worth scrapping for 16 nanites. Now let's see where we are. Let's see if we can actually take off. Let me see if we can get a save here.
Shield down.
I can't believe I made it back to the ship. Yes. I don't even know where we are. Visit your old friends. We'll do that in a moment. Okay, maybe we need to get out of it more. Oh, it's not allowing me to visit the... Oh, it's not allowing me to call it in. Oh, the thing is broken, isn't it? Yeah, that calls it in. I think. No, it shouldn't allow me. Okay. That's definitely a challenge now, isn't it, guys? In a different galaxy. Yeah. Oh. How do I get my freighter? Okay, let's find Oh, sugar. Now I'm really in trouble. I got a ton of cash. That's complicated stuff. Yeah, I have tons of money. Well, will I ever get my freighter back? Oh, I'll get it back. That's not too bad. Yeah, I don't want to go over that again. I tried, yeah. I'll be able to teleport there from here. That's what I was hoping, alright, yeah. And then teleport back. Let's see what this guy has. Yeah, that's what I was hoping. I knew they wouldn't cut me off like that. That would be silly.
Product received.
I'm still getting him for free, so I still kept my standing.
Received.
Yeah, I still kept my standing, guys. So that's something. So let's see if I can teleport back just to fix this junk. Oh, look at that. That's not the one I wanted. You see it? I'm looking for the one with the split wings. But let's see. It's Corvac, usually is. Yeah, I don't need those. They're interesting, but they're horrible. There's one with the split wings. No, I've got some on the freighter. I've got tons of them. I think more than enough, and I wanted an excuse to use them up. Yeah. No, they look really horrible. I was looking for something different. So, okay. Let's see if I can't get to my freighter, then I'll absolutely buy them. But let's see.
Shield down.
Because there's a lot of fixing up on that. And I did grind a ton of junk out. Let's see. This is the moment of truth. Yes! We can do this. Yeah, we can do this. Oh, it won't let us get there. Okay, I see. Okay. Well, okay, we're forced to do it the hard way. So be it. It was worth a try, Lobo. It was worth a try. Okay, they thought of everything. No problem, Corin. And you too. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Good night, Corin. Have a good rest and a wonderful day. All the best. Bye. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, we do it the hard way. I suppose I'd prefer it this way, but I had to try. Oh, hang on. No, it's bringing us there. It is. Stupid of me. It does bring us there. It works. I thought for a moment there they cut me off. That would have making it really interesting, but grindy. Now, let's sort the ship out. Well, actually, I should sort my guns and stuff. Well, the ship, no. We did a ship. We did a ship. Ship. Right. There's a lot of stuff to fix. I might have to make some of the junk, obviously, but it does work. Well, exosuit, the whole thing, yeah. Well, anything I had anything on. I wonder how much of those I actually have, but there's a few. Okay, still a bit grindy, but lucky I'm some kind of pat rack that I had a lot of this junk. Oh, he's in real trouble. Well, we'll deal with the ship first, anyway. Until we run out of wiring looms, that is. Oh, I thought they cut me off there for a moment. Oh, the guns. I have a lot of junk on this freighter. They normally do, seldom. Yeah. Well, they have a ton of them when you do actually find them, sort of like 99 or something, so there's a lot. The wiring looms. We need what? One hermetic seal. Okay. Where is it? Can't even remember what I was fixing in that one. Oh yeah, it's this one here. And this was with all the junk. Imagine if I didn't kind of store everything. That would have been a massive grind. Well, we're almost done with the ship, guys. Oh. I'll take the stuff out of the freighter. Okay. Hang on this. What was that again? Let me see. Yeah, let me just fix this. A wharf cell. I don't think I've got any of those, have I? No, that's a wharf hypercore. There. That's a wharf cell there. There. For my dude, it says I'm putting on a different ship and multi-tools and removing the exosuit modules. Oh, I get you. So they won't. Yeah. I'd have known that with a ship, I'd probably do the same. But still, we got to it the way it was meant to be, I suppose. I suppose there's something about that. Yeah. It's all part of the story, why not? It's all part of the story. I'm good with it. It gives some meaning to the grinding I did as well for this stuff. I knew it was going to come in handy, but I didn't know it was going to be this handy. Oh no, after the first time, you just need to go through that one time to experience it, and after that then you don't want to be doing it again, obviously. Yeah. Oh, it gets rid of a lot of junk I've been storing up. That's it, guys. Our ship is fixed. We are good. That's our ship back to the way it was, for better or worse. Oh, sugar! No, that's... We'll forget about this for a moment, but there is some vital ones we want. Oh, we might as well go the whole hog. Yeah, we'll go the whole hog. I forgot about all the extras I had on it. Well, I don't use those weapons yet, so we'll ignore the weapons for a little bit. And do the really important ones. And then we'll get right back to it. Yeah. All the content are cashing out, yeah. That's why I didn't want to really get into the expeditions. I didn't know what was waiting for me. So you'd be better off creating a new save for that one, wouldn't you? I liked it. Oh. Yeah, I think it gives you the option or something. Oh. Okay. Oh, we need two. Yeah, I just want to get this back online. And then we'll see. And the weapon is... and the suit as well. But these... and I'll leave the other guns for a moment. There might be enough here to finish. It's just certain things I might be a little stuck on. Here is another one. No, not the rocket launcher, that one there. Ah, the counterfeit circuits. I knew there was going to be a problem there. But it's not a biggie. I don't really use it anyway. That will do for a moment. Let's check this suit. Oh my god. Okay. This is going to be interesting, guys. Well, that's a biggie anyway. We need in this one of those. Yep. try and get the really decent stuff done, but we'll see. Okay, it looks like I'll have to make a few of those, won't I? Oh. A hydro something fuel cell. There it is. We'll get there. Yeah, I think I've got a few in storage. Here. If I get stuck, I'll go to them. But it gives me a chance to clear off some of the junk I had anyway. Yeah, submarine fuel. There's a good bit of junk here to fix, actually. I'm surprised I had so many looms, you know that? I knew they'd come in handy eventually, but not like this, to be honest. Oh, they really put us in it, didn't they? Absolutely. Okay. I have a lot of junk, guys, stored. I mean a lot. It does tidy up a little bit, I suppose. But I don't know if I want... Yeah, I'm lucky I had some of that I got on the fleets going out. Never built any. But you'll have to experience this at least once anyway, you know? At least once. As frustrating as it is. No, as you said, on your first playthrough, yeah, absolutely. Then if you want to take steps to avoid it, if you have to go through again, totally legitimate. But on your first playthrough, definitely. That's something I'd like to be doing over and over again, but... yeah, you'd need to experience it. Well, bringing enough junk, I suppose, or as you said, maybe removing them and then replacing them again. Oh, we're out of wiring looms. Yeah, bye-bye for the wiring looms now, guys. This is where it gets fun. Yeah, it gets real fun now. All of these are wiring looms. And I had a ton of them. I really had a ton of them. All of this is wiring loom. Oh, what can we do in a multi-tool? Wiring looms, guys. Hang on. Let's fix what we can without that. I had like 100 or more, I think. But I didn't really prioritize it, to be honest. It's Not like I bought them everywhere. No, I just did a lot of scrapping. So, okay, anything that hasn't got wiring loops. Everything is wiring loom in this game. Okay, we're going shopping, guys, I'd say. What do we need? 2 quantum computers. Oh, that's just for that. Yeah, they're big into wiring looms. Oh, there's one we can do. So we can fix without them anyway for a moment. Yeah, yeah. Well, some of the systems, they kind of come in cheap, don't they? I think we just buy some wiring looms, you know that? Oh yeah, they're big into wiring looms. There's another tool here as well. We see what we can do with that. But I'm guessing that's going to be a ton of... Oh no, that one is okay. Yeah, that one got saved. Yeah, we're lucky on that one. At least I don't have to do this, thank goodness. I suppose the way to avoid that is to bring a really nasty one. Yeah. I wanted an excuse to get rid of some of that money anyway. So it's the gun, the ship. We did one. Well, the ship is finished. Yeah, we totally finished the ship. Oh, we didn't. No, we did the main stuff. All the rest is wiring looms. Yeah. Okay, let's go get some wiring looms. Okay, we'll grab 100 of them. It's gonna be pricey. No, we'll have to do it from the other galaxy, obviously. Did you see... Different monitor, no problem. Now, let's see if we can go back and buy the wiring looms. That's... Oh, it's a different dimension. Oh. Could we have picking the same dimension again? Yeah. No, they're pretty handy because those will, you know, if I get into trouble with more complicated stuff that I haven't got yet. And I don't have many of them. Yeah, just a few. Yeah, this is something I wanted to do anyway. And I've got like 2 billion, so, you know. Yeah, I just stored them up, you know. Need an excuse to spend the money anyway. Not going to spend it on that. Now, wiring looms, wasn't it? So, let's see how many we can hold in a stack. Wiring looms. There they are. 52. We'll buy them all. Buy them all. It's not bad, 3 mil. There, let's get back. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, all my stuff is here, so this is the way to do it. Now, gun and exosuit. They're the two to fix up. The other weapons is something I rarely use, but I will fix them. So, exosuit. Here we go. Let's get at this again. I use one weapon. Me too, yeah. Me, I've used that, oh, was it? Yeah, the other one. I forget which one it is again. Yeah, we'll soon be back. I'll power them all. Oh, they're all at 100% anyway, it doesn't really matter. Wiring looms. Oh my god. I must admit I didn't see this one coming. This I did not. I knew there'd be a little bit of damage on the ship, but across the board. Okay. I think we've just gotta fix these ones, isn't it? Oh yeah, I had. It's kind of fun, to be honest. And I wanted to experience the game, you know, the way it was supposed to be. Yeah, you'd have to. I can understand sidestepping it if you're doing it again, but first time around it's a must. You know, even if I didn't have the junk here, you know, it would still be a must. Yeah. It does give it a bit of a surprise, yeah. We'll be good. We're almost done anyway. And then we'll go meet the friends, and then I suppose we go to the centres and then get that second last achievement. Well, third last for me because I haven't done the extreme one yet, but that's just a matter of time. But that was a little surprise. Oh, for goodness sake, is the other one taking one as well? Yeah, 2. That's already done, so 2 more. Or 1, doesn't really matter. Sure, will be used somewhere else. I was thinking that everything was almost over after this, but judging by the stuff I've unlocked, you know, this is just the old content. There's a lot more, yeah. There's a lot more. Then there's the expeditions and all of that stuff as well. But I have a thing, let's say, you know, where I don't like doing the last quest until I've got everything else done. But the way this game is, there was so much added after the last quest. It's only accessible then. This is not a game you could really do that with. Yeah, I finished the beginning. So, I think everything is done on this, guys. Oh no, hang on, we've got a couple here. Yeah, well, the older ones I can't get to, but someone is saying they repeat them every so often for new players. So I'll be on the lookout for those. I'll be looking forward to those. But you can see why I wanted to experience as much of this as possible, you know, before the expeditions. Yeah. Okay, there's still this one here. Ah, okay, 1. 2. Okay, I'm assuming each one 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll do 4. Oh, hang on, there's one there. Nearly done. Okay, that one's 1, 2, just 2 and a quantum computer, is it? Yeah, 2 and a quantum computer. Ah, where is that little quantum guy? There. It's lucky I unlocked some of those recipes, you know that? 5 or 6 last year, and a few new ones. Nice. Okay, as far as I know, this is the very last one, guys. There we go. I think that's all of my exosuit repaired. Let's have a look. It's kind of hard to see the little thing when it's... That's it, yeah. I think everything is fixed. So that's the exosuit. Well, the multi-tool next, I would say. Very, very important little thing. Okay, we need some of those, guys. Okay, the multi-tool. Let's get it done. There's not too much left. Okay. 2 of those, 1 of those. 2 of those, 1 of those, okay. Oh, there's 2 of them there. It's the quantum computer. No. What is this? Magnetic resonator. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's the wrong one. There it is. There we go. Okay, we just have that few to do and then we're good. And then, oh, the ship. Yeah, we'll see what we can do on the ship. There's no real massive one. If we get done for wiring looms, we can do them a little later. These were the important ones. So we need 1 more mirror and 2 of those quantum computers. Quantum computer and solar mirror. I think that's it. Oh, two quantum computers and one solar bar. I am so silly. Where is that one? Okay, I think we got it. God, that took a while. That's it. That's all of our multi-tools done. Well, the first one wasn't damaged. That saved our backside. This is a cleanup after a quest called the Purge. It is. Okay, that's done. Our ship... Okay, we'll see if we can work on the ship. Oh yeah, we can't do much for that for a moment. That's one thing I forgot to pick up. I've been selling them off. No, I'd need them, to be honest. Right. We'll do what we can on this. Oh, so let's put a bit of a dent on my supplies, but I had an obscene amount of supplies. But this is absolutely the last one, and then we're good. From the outlet, but instead went to a planet, picked up a new set, let's see, there's a... and took the junk from it, yeah. I haven't done this much repairing in a long time. Yeah, they do. They do. Trust me, I've scrapped a lot of those guys. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. Cadmium, I've run out of it. Yeah, I was looking for the S. I've scrapped about 3 dozen so far. Cadmium. That's funny. Okay. The next time I've got to find a planet now, that stupid thing. Yeah, we'll fix what we can anyway. No, it's a quest. It's called the Purge, apparently. When you reset, in case you haven't, try not to do any spoilers. There's a quest called the Purge, and when you come out of it, everything is destroyed, and you gotta fix it up again. Yeah, and how have you been, Pegasus? Yeah, but it is part of the quest. The guys were saying you could avoid it, I suppose, if you wanted to. But it's kind of a surprise thing, you know? And it's my first playthrough, so I wanted to do it, you know, the way it was kind of laid out. Yeah, but that is a lot of fixing, isn't it? But at least it allowed me access to the freighter. So I had, a ton of junk stored in the freighter. A ton of junk. Okay. We've been wasting our time with that for a moment. That cadmium thing. Yeah, that's a problem. Let's see what we can fix without that anyway. Yeah, that's something I didn't collect a lot of. Gotta keep a junker ship. Ah. Yeah, cadmium again. Oh, this is starting to get a bit frustrating, but we'll see what we can do without the cadmium. It's something I've not come across a ton of. 125. Ah. Cadmium. There's one. We need 2 magnetic resonators. Oh, we're fixing what we can anyway. Definitely give me something to do. Yeah, yeah, to get some of the junk from it. That's where I got most of my junk, I think. My endless search for that S-class Sentinel. I've been lucky enough in everything else. My very first pirate dreadnought was an S, you know, even the weapons, but for some reason I can't seem to get my hands on that. Solar bear. Yeah, we'll fix up what we can anyway. So we'll know what we'll need, cadmium. Mm. Oh no, I've just didn't pick it up. I've seen it on lots of planets, but because I wasn't using it, and no, I didn't know that I was going to be using like 10,000 of it, like this. It was something I rarely use, so I didn't think it was a priority. It was the one thing I didn't really get into. I've literally stepped over it in some places, you know, because I had everything kind of maxed out on the upgrades. That's why I pushed forward for the new engines on this. But this I wasn't expecting. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's making it kind of interesting, to be honest. I'm just seeing what I can fix up without them for a moment. Okay, that's it for a moment, guys. Oh, hang on. Yeah, cadmium. That's a pity, cadmium. Right. That's all we can do for a moment, guys. Let's see the damage. Well, at least we have our way back here. Let's see if our fleet has come in. That should be done. No, he's still gone. Half an hour. Let's check. He must be in by now. God knows what this guy might bring in. Lots of it came in from these guys. Yeah, he's done. Okay. There's some activated cadmium. Whatever. I don't think we don't need that, but let's go here for a moment. We just get rid of this. Yeah, most of it came in from this, to be honest. Let's see, we'll send him out straight away. I haven't gone too much into the freighters, you know. But to be honest, you're better off getting the S-class. You can bring a C up to an S, but there's a lot of little perks the other ones have that make it well worthwhile. They do, yeah. They do. Is there any combat missions? There it is. I didn't keep too many of these because I didn't want to get into it too much. You see the difference with the other blow-ins I got there from the sea. They're out of our way. There's another thing I really got to deal with, that stupid settlement as well while we're here. I know that that's going to be a thing, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Let's just get that off the books and then we get straight back here. On our third save. Yeah. Let's just sort this one out. It's kind of interesting. It needs a little bit of a revamp. Can be a bit iffy and buggy. But even out from that, let's say, you know, trying to get settlers in and the randomness. You know, I'm surprised, you know, they didn't kind of do something with this in the update. But it's not bad. You know, I've seen worse. I've seen worse. At least we got our ship back on the track anyway. The guns I don't really use. Very rarely from time to time the other sets, but it'd be nice to get them all sorted before we head out. One thing I learned with this, never send them on an expedition. And always say yes to these visitors. Nah, the policy decisions. Well, one is maintenance. We'll go for the maintenance. I think it's that one there. An industrial tech. It's just production, isn't it? Another system for industrial technology. Yeah, I could save Scummet and see, but... Oh, that just adds a recreational chamber. Well, I'm gonna go with the X, but let's see what this gives us here. But I am going with the X. Yeah, it's just productivity. See, the problem with that is this is maxed out here. But the productivity thing, okay. Productivity it is. Or the other one, I should say, the X, but I was right to go with the X. It stopped me from building here on this for some reason. Kept spamming the same stuff over and over again. Like how many bazaars do you need and how many landing pads? There's 3 here, and I think 3 bazaars. I never got a chance to build new houses. It doesn't seem to work that way. And I thought that would be kind of central in the settlement. The overseer's office. But there was a lot built, alright, but I think this could be greatly improved on. Yeah, the music, the bar is pretty nice, I will admit. Yeah. Okay, I was right to go with X there. Should do the cost reduce. Yeah, that should give us 0 across the board. So there we are. We've maxed out on productivity. We have 0 costs. You wouldn't believe how long it took to get 79 citizens. We have 100% happiness. We're good. Now let's see. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now let's get back and dump this junk off for a moment. Back here, and then we'll have to go to... That's the dimension. It'd be very easy to lose that dimension as well, wouldn't it? So I'll most likely have to put another settlement beacon on that one. Because what I found in this, with the kind of going to as many systems as I do, it kind of dribbles off your map and you can't get back. And if you put them in favorite, it just disappears, so that won't work. But you're allowed 6 apparently. I have my main base. I have another one on another Paradise Planet 2, 3. This will be 4. Six. You're allowed 6 settlements, isn't it, that you can build? That's what they've been saying, I think. Oh, you've got over 100. Oh, so you can build. Ah, that's good. I thought it was 6. Yeah. No, not that settlement. Bases, that's the one I mean, yeah. I just keep calling them settlements because of Fallout. So I'm allowed as many bases as possible. You're allowed an infinity amount of base computers. That's perfect. Perfect. Per save. Ah, that's good, yeah. That's good. Well, I won't be doing that much building, I'd say, anyway. Now, that activated stuff won't work on this, but let's see. Let's just give it a crack here for a moment. Yeah, okay. So we'll get rid of what we have here. We put it into storage. Ah. Yeah, we'll put it into storage for a moment. I still haven't finished all of the decorating on this. How do I get out of here again? Here. We'll see how much of our supplies. I think we took out a lot of supplies.
Inventory full.
That's something you'll never take a lot of out. And that's all sellable junk I want to get rid of. Okay, we are back. Eventually. I'd say this took a big hit, you know that? Yeah, I'll fix it up later. Yeah, let's put this down out of the way here for a second.
Inventory full.
Okay, we're getting there. It'll just take me a little bit just to tidy up. According to the biome. I tried to name one of my base computers for the planet, you know, where it says Paradise Planet Lobo. So I just put in Paradise Planet 1, and the game told me to choose another name. You know, like you're putting in some kind of obscene name. Which is strange, because I literally called it what it was. The game can be confusing at times, Pegasus, yeah. Many times I thought I was in some kind of bug, but it's just they can be very vague, you know, and then the instructions doesn't pop up all the time. Yeah. Yeah, it told me I couldn't use it, like I was putting in some kind of porn symbol or something into it. It's just a stupid AI they have on it, obviously. Twitch can be like that sometimes. I remember a friend of mine, she had a tag, and it was not obscene, not in the least. But the Twitch, she couldn't chat on anyone's channel or something because of it. She had to change her tag. Oh, I see. It was a reserved word in the program, Paradise Planet. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. Because I literally named it from the planet. I get it. Oh, hi, Randy. How are you? Been well, I hope. I get it. Now it makes sense. Yeah, it was reserved in the program. That I didn't realize. Will just take me a moment to get this out of the way. And then we'll get to it, guys. So, what you been up to, Andy? We just did a quest that destroyed all of our tech. It's taken about an hour. And lucky I had all of this junk. And we actually replaced it. Except for some of the cadmium stuff. Of course. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Where am I going? For a moment there I thought I lost everything when I went through that, doing that quest, but no, luckily enough, we did not. Okay, that's the other junk I've got to get rid of. Oh yeah, that one. Okay, we're almost there. Let's start getting rid of that as well. Yeah, we'll soon just clean up the mess we left. And we left the big one. It's nice to get that back online. There we go, we're almost there, guys. That can be a chore remembering where I put everything, but we're almost there. That's not bad. Now, what did I do with the other tech? I think it was down here. It is. It's not bad at all. There, the rest is all sellable junk, to be honest. That is the kind of reserve little thingy. So, almost there. Worked yesterday and today. I'm surprised how good I felt after that little session I had yesterday. Yeah, you'll get some days like that, alright. They're few and far between, but you'll get them. Now let's see. That's about it, guys. The rest we can do, and the rest is sellable. Well, we don't need that. That's the last thing we need. Okay, I think we're good. Now, this cadmium thing. But we better push forward with this guy's quest. Might as well finish what we started. And this one is called... Oh yeah, when we get here as well, we'll have to put down some kind of base so we can get back. What do we need for that? Chromatic metal was the big problem we had before. Okay, I'll bring some stuff. Oh, I can't see what I need to build here, but I know chromatic metal was a biggie. Well, we're not too bad now. There's chromatic metal. What else do we need? We needed that junk there. And we needed gold as well. They were the things that really held us up. And we needed, where's that? Pure ferrite, we needed that. And where's that hydrogen stuff? There it is. They're the ones we need. That should get us sorted. Yeah, I get the feeling I won't be able to get back here if I don't put some kind of fast travel point, because the systems keep getting wiped over. The hunt for Red October. I was thinking about actually calling this ship Red October as well. Strange you should say that, but decided then with Moonraker. Red October would have been a decent name for a submarine. Did you see the movie? It was Connery, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a Russian ship, I think. Well, the Red, obviously. I think Red October would have been the... That would have been the rising, wasn't it, against the Tsar, the revolution. The early 1900s, Tsar Nicholas. Horrible. Yeah. But they didn't mess about on that, like the French did during their revolution. Yeah. Now, okay, let's get back, guys. We're pretty much cleaned up here at long last. Oh yeah, this is what I finally did, Randy. So this is the decorating done here, and this is the best I could do with the pieces I have. So that's pretty much finished. I might do some more touch-ups later. So I have to open up the back here later for the other stuff. Yeah, the other pieces I have is not really suitable for here. They're more for outside than that. So these are little holograms, and you can pick some of the stuff you've discovered if you put them into wonders. And that's actually my home planet. The very first one I built the base on, right from the very start of the game. Yeah, they dropped me off in a system with a paradise planet, which was unbelievable. What are the chances? I've probably been to 600 systems and only found 3. So, by my stats, there's probably one in... Well, it's possible I might have missed one, but unlikely. But by my stats, there's like 1 in every 200 systems. You read a lot. must say I have been guilty myself of the same. Shapeshifters, yeah. The shapeshifter legend and the werewolf thing, that's been around forever. For over 20 years. Yeah, it's been around forever. You know, even across, let's say, when cultures didn't have any kind of communication, you know, those legends have persisted. You know, the shapeshifter one. I think that's even got roots in Native American culture, even here. You know, going back, oh, even to Egypt and beyond. Yeah, yeah. It's strange, isn't it, where these legends are very, very similar in cultures that never had any contact. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, ever since, you know, we were intelligent enough to look up at the stars and wonder what was going on, we always put it down to a higher power, I suppose. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Let's get on with this, guys. Now that we're... Now, let's do a save here. Yeah, so this is what I've done here. The opening up back here to do it properly is going to be a little bit more complicated. So, what I'm thinking of doing is, to get to do what I need to do, I'll have to move this back one square. And this is very buggy, so I've got to be careful. We'll do that building a little later on. So this will have to be moved back one square. And then I can put a hallway here, and then I can have the double doors. I might be able to sneak in some of that glass without it bugging out down the side. But I do need a kind of three-tier system here to work, and then come around the back, you know. And then I'll get a straight layout. I have it worked out in my head, but, you know, I didn't have time to get around to it yet. No. It's only when writing and stuff, you know, came in. And even then, it's shady, you know. Because, you know, if something is written down, it tends to get changed. You know the old saying about victors, you know, write history. Yeah. So, you know, even the written stuff, you know, can be a bit of a grey area. You know, like medieval times, and well, you know, the Vikings when they were raiding the UK and Ireland here. Well, monasteries would have been, you know, pretty decent target. You know, the silver and stuff like that, and even got to the stage where they took the books because they were valuable. And of course, the monks would demonize them as much as they could, and they said they had horns, you know, because they were demons. And yeah, that's where you get the Viking helmets with the horns. Never worn by the Vikings. You know, it would be a silly thing to have, you know, and not very practical. They would have had the normal kind of dome, you know, the kind of soup bowl, skull cap kind of things. So that's where you get the Viking horns from. It was never in history. Yeah, I wanted this to be kind of like a mobile base kind of thing. But I'm not finished yet. Oh, no problem. No problem, my pleasure. So, yeah, that's where the horns come in. They were never there. Yeah, I'll eventually open up the back, but if I do it here, it's gonna look horrible. But I do have a plan. We'll get to it after. Let me see. So, we're pretty much done here. Let's just finish this, guys, and we'll get on our way. We'll just get nicely organized. We'll have everything ship shape. And out from the cadmium on that stuff, we're kind of okay. I'm sure we'll get that eventually. We'll just be on the lookout on the planet. Yeah, the lore on every country, you know, especially let's say Eastern Europe had so many different, you know, myths and terrors and stuff like that. You know, there was one in particular. Habba something. It was a strange name, but I think it was from Eastern Europe. It was used. Do you remember the John Wick guys movies? You know, with what's his name, Keanu Reeves. Do you remember they were calling him by some kind of strange name, like it was supposed to be a demon? Well, the literal translation of that is not. They got it wrong, and I won't say what it is, but it's it's not. Yes, that's the one. Do you know the literal translation of that in English? But the first part I won't say. You do. But the second part means a witch. But the first part is very, very rude. Yeah, so they really kind of messed up on that one. Pretty much what Ubisoft do when they're trying to be historically accurate with, you know, their games. But it's only a game. It's just when they keep, you know, when they keep proclaiming how accurate they are in games, you know. I remember Odyssey had lots of mistakes. You know, some of the decorations in that were definitely out of place in time, and apparently even in Shadows, they were fond of putting up some basically the exact same stuff that, you know, the Chinese had maybe a few centuries before. But it's not a biggie. But if you're saying that everything is correct, and you know, if people like their culture, let's say, to be portrayed properly, I can see why people might get a little bit iffy about that. You know, all you gotta say is, you know, from the start, not to be saying that is, you know, it's just a game and we've done it the best we could, you know. But if you hire people to be accurate in something, you know, they shouldn't be making mistakes like that, I'd imagine. Maybe they should hire some different guys. Hmm. Yeah. Well, there's some pretty interesting Irish folklore as well. So we definitely have an imagination. In fact, if memory serves me well, Bram Stoker, the guy who did Dracula, who started off the whole kind of vampire movies and the legend. As far as I know, he was born in Dublin. But it would have all been inspired, let's say, on the legends of Vlad the Impaler. Well, basically, he was a medieval guy, and to really stop people from invading his country, obviously, the war was brutal at the time. He would impale people on large pikes, you know, to deter anyone from doing it. So it all kind of came from that. Again, I suppose, you know, that would have been demonized as well. Which in a way it is, really. Some are wild, yeah? Nice. Okay, guys, I think we're done. Let's see about this quest. So, new beginnings. What I want to get is, I want to get the new engine, so I think I'm stuck behind this. Manage your settlement. No, that's a different one. Okay, we're done with that. New beginnings. The universe virtue. Something about old friends. Where's that, guys? Yeah, it's something about visit new old friends. Maybe moving out of the galaxy really messed it up, but this game doesn't mess up that easy. What was I saying? You remember that came up? Visit old friends. I think they mean to call in the anomaly. That's the only friends we had. So we go back to that. We've got the stuff to make sure we don't lose this galaxy. Where is it? Hilbert Dimension. So we'll put this down anywhere. We'll try and pick one with cadmium. If there's a planet here with it. And then when we find a paradise planet here, we'll put it up instead. Well, that's been around a long time, to be honest. You know, even go back and it's not that far, the Mayans, you know, eating their hearts and doing stuff like that. Yeah. That's been around a long time. So what do we do from here? Yeah, I think we'll call up the anomaly. But do you remember that thing that came up, something about new friends, or old friends or something? Yeah, let me see, it's not here anyway. There's the ones we have. And we'll go back to the base computer in a moment. But it's not here in the secondary missions. I'd say it's the anomaly. Alright, let's go out and bring it up. I wonder if there's any cadmium for sale here. Just might save me a bit of time. Nah, it's not something you come across that often. Doubtful, yeah, you will see it sometimes. Right. But I seen something that flashed for a moment, so I didn't give it too much credence because I thought it would come up as a quest. But obviously we see the guys. Yeah, it's got to be something got to do with these guys here. So we'll talk to everyone, we'll make sure. See, this is one of the things why new players getting into these kind of games find them very frustrating. It flashed for a moment and now, you know what I mean, that's it. So they're not that big on information. But I'm guessing because it said something about visit old friends. So I assumed it would come up here, so as I said, I didn't give it much credence. There. So obviously not. It's not coming up here, so lucky I did actually glance it. But let's see if it's something got to do with these guys, probably. Maybe I should have doing this first, to be honest. But I don't think it would have given us much information anyway. Okay, friends. I'm guessing we'll get a conversation with this guy. Is this the first? Is it the last? Welcome regardless, traveller. Oh! Tell Nat about this. Yeah, it's Polo on this guy. And we'll talk to the other two as well, just in case. You have something to tell me. Now that chooses not to hear, you are welcome aboard our home. Leave in peace. Ah! I think he might have said this before. It's Polo, is it? Polo. You have spoken to Nada. Joy, new arrivals. Tell Polo the truth. Do not speak, friend. Nada tells me it is the first, it is the last, so it goes. Some things I do not want to discover. I get it. The endless cycle, guys. Now, I bet they don't start paying us again down here. All the same. Yeah. But I just had to do this to get it over with. Let's see will this guy pay me all over again. No. I see. No, I just had to give it a shot. I think that's it, guys. So, This quest here, new beginnings, all the time in the world. I accepted the guidance of Atlas. What choice do I have? I am part of Atlas. I am nothing without it. I do not know how long I have before the machine is destroyed, before the simulation ends, but I do know that I have the freedom of infinite worlds. So that's it. That's a kind of never-ending thing, I suppose. And then the objectives. The universe is yours to explore. Yeah, I think that's it. And we'll just stay up as that. There is no real quest. It just said... It said something about the community research. And then something about visit all friends. So I'm thinking it's the same thing. How do we get to the center of the universe, guys? Let me see. I could have popped the achievement and I didn't see. Let me have a look. Yeah, it'll just take me a second. No. Apparently not. Yeah. So, do you remember it said, I knew something was discovered. So what do we do from here, guys? It said to get to the center. Do we have to do it the hard way? Probably. That's gonna be a problem. I assumed we jumped there, to be honest. Because it's gonna take a week to get there. You're serious? Yeah? Oh, so you gotta do it the hard way. I see. I assumed that, you know, yeah. Hmm. And that's gonna take some time. I suppose randomly putting, once I've got that portal, randomly putting in, addresses might get me a bit closer. I suppose. Possible. We'll experiment with that later. I do know that will warp us to other galaxies, or other places in the galaxies. We'll look into it later. So, basically, we've got, well, Atlas Eternal is done. That's just an endless thing that goes on and on. Apparently, New Beginnings is just starting the game over, but you've nothing really to follow. So they want you to do the extra content, the expeditions and stuff like that. So that's what those two are. The space anomaly here is explore the new reality. Purchase, yeah, blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. That's about it, out from the expeditions and that, I think. I was right then with that. It kind of finishes the game, doesn't it? Out from the extra content. No, how do you do that? How do you start that one? No. That's one of the reasons why I did that. Yeah, and they don't show up. But how do you get them to just fly around? Oh, I see. Well, that's usual in this game, isn't it? Once you're in a new one, they'll probably hit me with that. Maybe do a pulse or something. Yeah, that's what they usually do. They've done that a lot. Okay, we're off, guys. But what we'll do is we'll quickly have a look around this system, and we'll see if we can find cadmium. Cool. Yeah, I keep forgetting that. You know, just get into your ship and fly around. They'll hit you with it then. Not used to that kind of direction, to be honest. One must fly. Yeah. One must fly. Okay, let's go. It's starting to turn a little chilly here, actually. But I think it's me, really. You know, it's just my feet. Yeah, I would imagine so. God knows where it'll send me. That, what did you say, starboard? That's that living ship thing, isn't it? Yeah, starboard. There it is there. But there's a timer on that, so that's sometime tomorrow. I'll be able to get that. I'll hold off on that until I'm streaming as well. Yeah, we'll do it together. Beyond the system. Explore the new reality. Yeah, okay. So now we do beyond the system. We'll have a quick look at this one. It uses elements from the Cursed expedition. Oh, I see. And others. Yeah. No. Excuse me. I think with blood pressure problems, you know, because of the blood flow and things, you know, you're always gonna have cold feet. Day 5. Nice. So how does the expeditions go? You've got a set amount of things to do, I suppose, and then you kind of finish up for the day, and they'll hit you then with, you know, you got to do X amount of time, probably. Now we're looking for cadmium. There's what? Shalvaville, cobalt. Okay. We don't find it straight away. No rush. 5 phases. You do X amount on them. I see. Of things to do. And they give you plenty of time because most people could only play for a few hours on the weekend, I'm assuming. And the prizes. Nice. Like a day, yeah. I'm familiar, yeah. It ends in March, so I would not wait. Oh, it doesn't really bother me that much, to be honest. You know what I mean? While I still have this to do here, I've still got the autophage thing and, you know, what we need to do here. And now, if this was a game where we were starting off on the first expedition, absolutely. But I've missed 17 expeditions, and getting in this late, you know, I will have started when they do a new one, and then in the future gonna look out, so I'm in no rush. But if this was the very first expedition, absolutely. No, I know you don't. I know I'm out of the other ones. But someone was saying that, you know, they eventually bring back some if, you know, for newer players. Let's get close to this planet. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But they're just there, they're kind of designed to, you know, just keep people playing, obviously. Keep the game relevant. And when we find no cadmium on this... And I've come across tons of systems with them, but... We'll see if we can progress in this quest, but I think we're pretty much okay here. Okay, we'll pulse in a moment, we'll see how it goes. And a new save with nothing. Yeah, I'd probably be better off going in on a new save. Explore countless realities. Potholes. Ah, we know that. Yeah, there is no real active mission. It's got the wrong one up, hasn't it? New beginnings. Yeah, that's the one I want. I had the wrong one up. Okay, let's do a little bit of pulsing. Okay, nothing happening. It's weird. Okay, that's very weird. I suppose we'll have to warp somewhere else. Now, let's see where we are in this game on this one. 642. Oh, I've noticed, yeah, in each new galaxy we get the old distance we were. Okay. So we gotta get to the center of the galaxy the hard way. Yeah. How does the New Beginnings quest go again? Is there some kind of end to it, or? I do know there's that auto thing you were talking about. That's what I'm saying, and the game is very, very vague. So, okay. We'll just make our way towards the center of the galaxy again, I suppose. See if something pops up and we'll have a look out for that. Yeah, well, there's infinite places to go already, even in the last system, you know. With something like this, if there's that auto thingy quest you were saying, they're not exactly making it known. Well, we'll see. Who knows, we might have a better chance here of finding a sentinel than the last one. Can't be worse than the last one. The last one was ridiculous. And I still have to get that other drive as well. There it is, that Outlander drive thingy, whatever that is. There's a tree star, I want to have a look at that. Where's that tree star? Oh, you were there a moment ago. Oh, it doesn't really matter which one I go to, but... yeah, we'll just pick that one. Oh, I eventually get a signal from them. Oh, I see. Probably will warp a few times. Yeah, I was just wondering. A communication. Oh. Now, this is not the one I wanted. Space rescue, located the stress fader. Now, I found with this, guys, if I reload and warp straight to a pirate system, I'll have a shot at the pirate ship. I still need a few upgrades. Now, all you'll get from this is some cash and a storage module, which is not much. But you see this is just shooting the fighters. Or getting a chance maybe of, you know, getting a ship which I already have. So let's check this again. I'll show you what I mean. If I warp now to a pirate system, I'll have a good chance of getting... Well, I think the only one I need is the defense ones. And I'm not sure... I think maybe I've got all of the hyperdrive modules. So all we gotta do now is just find a pirate system. It should work. Just a pirate system. Pirates. Yeah, hang on. And we might as well make our way to the galactic center as well. We're gonna have to get there, apparently. Now we'll try here for the pirate system. Pirates, where are you? We'll find you, pirate. Oh, there's one. There. Now, this should work. Yeah, but instead, yeah. You get a signal. That's perfect. Just a matter, maybe it's triggered by a certain amount of warps or something. There we go. Yeah, that works every time. Now, chances are what we'll get is a duplicate. It'll be useless, but you know, we don't keep trying. We're not gonna. I think I can do with 2 more defense upgrades for the freighter fleet. And the same rules apply. We gotta let the other guy, you know, get beaten before we can collect anything. I don't know if that's a thing or it's some kind of bug. I've got a little bit better at this. Yeah, the civilian has to lose. That's the only way I can do it anyway. But when I first started playing this, it wasn't like that. But it could have been the update, guys. Who knows? I wouldn't know because I didn't play it before the update. Well, not like this, anyway. Yeah. Well, I take my time, but we might have to wait a little bit for these guys to get defeated. Careful not to take all of these out. No, we'll just hang back here for a moment till these guys get taken out. Gotta get the loot, yeah. Like, even if you're pretty slow, you could save this, you know? That's the way I used to do it, yeah. You know, I would come in, I would take the engines and the guns, they would surrender, and I was getting nothing 9 times in a row. This one seems to be working if I let the other guys go down. Well, I leave the guns, I'll just take the shields. Yeah. If the civilian loses, you'll get the 6.7 from the extortion from the ship. Yeah. And you'll get the upgrade. Yeah. But when I did this, I used to always get the upgrade when I saved the civilians. Or when I didn't. And then I just stopped. Okay, that's done now. He had victory, so we'll take it out. Yeah, you'll see the earlier streams I was doing on this. They're all VODs on YouTube. I should be on that somewhere. There, we should be able to get this upgrade module now. It's probably some little bug just in my game, I suppose. Now we'll give it a second, we should get that module. Having said that, I wouldn't be surprised... Ah, there it is. Trade, no good. I already have those. Ah well, it was worth a try. I'm looking for defense ones. I've already sold off 2 because I can't fit them in anymore. Let's get our 6.7 million even though it's not worth collecting. Last thing I need is yeah, they'll give it. Yeah, so it's kind of pointless. I'm thinking it might be some kind of bug. But I'm nearly sure somebody was saying that they were having the same problem and then tried that system and it worked. I think it was Raid. Yeah, it was Raid, I think. And I could have sworn, guys, I seen a Traveller pilot in one of these. But I think that was I'm nearly sure I did. Not this time. What is this anyway? A C. GDC. Would you believe I got an S one again before? Well, that's the only way I can be guaranteed an upgrade on these. But as I said, for the first 4 or 5 of these, you know, it didn't matter if they survived or not. And then 9 times in a row I got 0. So if it's a bug, what's happening is it's just giving you the first reward. Yeah. Which it probably is. Or maybe it's just my game. Who knows? And no S. My third attempt and third was an S class. Oh, you mean the S class ship? Yeah. Very first one, guys. The very first one. I almost forgot not to check it. And it was the same on my very first, you know, those camps where you track down the Sentinel ships. The very first was apparently a rare S-class multi-tool. But as far as finding an S-class ship, ooh, that's a different story. That I've had no luck. Yeah, it can. If you've had a busy day, it can catch up with you, Randy. Ah, that's a pity. No, let's get out of here. Oh, we've still got another 40 minutes. I hope you managed to get a good rest tonight. And thanks for hanging out, Lobo. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Bye. Stress? Yeah, I can do that as well. It happens to me all the time, you know. That's something we can't really protect ourselves from, Randy. Is it really stress? Yeah, you probably had a hard enough week as well. But I used to be the same when I was young like you know. Getting a lot done and, you know, even feeling, you know, still pretty fit, and then, you know, every so often just, you know, getting really, really tired. So that's it, let's get out of here. So we'll eventually get a signal, is it? Yeah. It's common enough, you know. Well, it was for me when, you know, I was young. You see, I think the system is where, you know, if you do a good few hours and, you know, you're doing hard work, and yeah, it will make you pretty fit, and, you know, you'll get used to it and, you know, feel perfect. But that eventually can catch up with you no matter how young or fit you are. Every so often. That's it, guys, on that one. I'm disappointed we couldn't start that, that auto thingy, whatever it is. I'll see if I can get it to start later anyway. And if I can get it to start, I'll hold off on it. Oh, pirate systems. Another thing we'll have to grind down to on, guys, is the faction quests. Yeah, you see what I mean? So I didn't really want to get into that, not quite yet. Oh, absolutely, that will, yeah. You see, stress and worry will, you know, keep your adrenaline pumping and keep you awake, and you'll never get a restful sleep. Yeah. It is. It is. Oh. Every day is a new day, Randy, you know? Every day is a new day. All we can do is, you know, just take it one day at a time. And what were we looking for again? Oh, cadmium. Cadmium is in red planets, isn't it? Yeah. Well, this is a red system, is it? No, it's not actually. I would guess down there. Well, those thingies there, what are they? Maybe. Who knows? Yeah. I do know I came across a ton of it before, but I didn't really need it. Sometimes we'll get a nest here. We'll just check these guys for a moment. That's something I didn't give it a lot of time either. It's not those guys. Oh, that's kind of weird. Yeah, usually they would warp in, but let's see. Oh, we did have a battle here, I suppose. That might have cancelled that one. Yeah, that's the defeated fleet, isn't it? No, it's not showing up here anyway. So we'll eventually get some kind of broadcast to get that quest going. That's weird. I would say it might be something got to do with jumps. You remember the other one, 5 jumps or something. But we have, yeah, we have a bit of time. But before we leave, we'll have to put some kind of teleporter back here, or we'll never get back. So we'll keep heading towards the center, seeing as that's the thing we've got to do anyway. That's funny, I was nearly sure the quest would kind of bring us there. But that's a long way to go. I'm sure there is a shortcut somehow. But I'd say it's probably that teleporter thing we had a look at. Yeah, let's see how far we can go. 640, yeah, we're going in the right direction. We'll wait till we get out of range. Oh. Hey, it says nothing about the range. There it is. There it is. Here. Yeah, let's go there for a moment. We've still got a half an hour. We'll see if it's the amount of jumps like they did before. Oh, there it is. Ah, ha, 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 ha. It was. It's a jump thing. Yeah. Or maybe we just have to go to this kind of system. Yeah, there it is. Unable to verify system integrity. Manual input required. Run diagnostics. Search devices, reports, fragment. Okay. Verify system. Okay. At least we got it up and running anyway. But very vague, isn't it, guys? You know, if you're a new player. So, view fragmentation map. Okay. Ah, sugar. At least it's there. Analyze block 0. Analyzing. Okay. No errors found. Okay. Block 1. Oh, of course. Block 2. Ah. Discovered an address. Unidentified process. Discovered an address. Activate firewall. Quarantine something. It always turns out the same, so let's set it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're not gonna stop it anyway. Okay. Let's go with that address. Guys, I don't know what's going on here, to be honest. Again, you know. What's the quarantine? Just close ports. Yeah. Yeah, it's there anyway. What's the quarantine? They're really pushing this, aren't they? Frustrating. What's that, a hijack script? Okay, we'll run with it. Then eventually get rid of this silliness. Ah, here we go. I think they set this up anyway, so you just can't make a mistake. A short audio that plays, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Okay. Emergency override. Well, that's not gonna happen. Okay, we're stuck in this one, I'd say. Or given up. My ship computer has been isolated. Blah 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 blah. And diagnostics. There it is. They who returned. Let's see where it is. Remote coordinates retained. Reach the remote location to investigate the hijack source. This is something we don't need to get into now because I reckon this is going to be a long one. So, let's just get to this guy for a moment. Space station, okay. And we'll just ram our way through this. Yeah, this will be our next quest up. So, what day was today? Let me see. Yeah, this was my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream, isn't it? So I'm off till Friday and Saturday. So in the meantime, I'll see if I can get to making that other part on the freighter. I get something done on that. I'll obviously hold off on the quests. Fix up the last of the guns on this. And I will put down some kind of base computer here, so to make sure we get back to it. It has a habit of disappearing, and I'll have that kind of thing ready. So let's mess with this for a little bit. Let me see. They who returned. Yeah, it's somewhere in the galaxy anyway, so we're kind of safe enough. We'll see it in a moment. We'll kill our time having a look here. We've only got another 20 minutes. I'm guessing that's gonna go on. This is all I'm getting, guys, this junk.
Product received.
Oh, give me something to do, I suppose. Oh, hang on, wrong one. Yeah, he never has a quest I want anyway. No, once I think I got a quest for a bulkhead. So, let's see where it is anyway on the galaxy map. We can start our little quest line later. Oh, there it is there. Yeah, look at that little guy. Where is he? Yeah, that's where the quest is. So, we'll ignore that for a moment and we will bide our time. Just in this system, picking up junk. Oh, hang on, we'll have to put in some kind of, yeah, we're still looking for cadmium, aren't we? I can do that later. I'll have tons of time. There's still a few more appointments I've got to get out in the next few days as well, so I'll have time to do that. Before, every second or third station would have a free bulkhead, but I can't seem to get the right vendors anymore for some reason. Yeah, same junk. Same stuff.
Product received. Product received.
Pointless looking at the guns. Just a time waster. And it's even pointless coming here, but we will have to take them eventually. What I want to do with this is, and I think we'll have to do it shortly, it's just that last engine I wanted, and obviously that's something we'll be doing as well. Let me see. Yeah, this thingy here, I'll show you. See where basically everything is done except this. Doing enough missions to get the highest medal. Yee. That's gonna be a grind, isn't it? I suppose I can be working on them whenever I get a little bit of time here and there. Okay, I want to stay close enough to this system, but let me see. Okay, what are these guys here? Blue system. Cadmium is red, isn't it? There's no red here. All green. I've actually done all of this as well for a language, so there's no point. Let's see if we can get a 3-star dissident around here. We'll have one more look and we'll see the design of the ships. Maybe. There's a tree. Oh, hang on. There it is. Now, here we go. It is, surprisingly, for something that's procedurally generated, much more than Starfield. Starfield failed miserably on that. I'm surprised they managed to pack so much, and it is kind of repetitive, but they've varied it the best they could, and you know the rewards are pretty good. But this is a really good game. The best I've played, albeit not that many, with procedural generation like this. You know, but it depends if exploring is what you like. Obviously, in the beginning, And how have you been, Ludwig? Oh, good morning, Joe. How are you? Just stop by, say hi, head out to work. Nice. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. City, isn't it? Yeah, city. So, what have you been up to? It's been a while. How have you been keeping? Yeah, I've kind of developed a fondness for these kind of games. Valheim, uh, Subnautica, Below Zero, all that. They're the only companies, the indie ones, that seem to be making anything even remotely interesting. It's the same old tired stuff from the so-called, what do they call them, AAA kind of stuff. Same kind of tired system. And are pretty toxic as well. And expensive, Did you hear that they wanted to up it to $100 for games now? I heard. Well, rumors is they're waiting for GTA to drop. I can understand them justifying it. They put a lot of money into games, but the guys that have been churning out that slop for so long, oh, they'll take that, I suppose, as an omen, kind of thing to push forward. Been good playing lots of Corn. Yeah, I heard that's quite good. Very kind of microtransactiony, but good. Yeah, pretty decent. Pretty decent. Just, on a ton of medication for blood pressure and blood thinners and stuff like that. But, yeah, pretty good. And you, how have you been? How's the family? Well, I hope. Right, let's give this one a shot. We have enough to check one. But no joking, guys, I've found maybe 50 of these ships. And I haven't seen a design that was even kind of remotely, one in particular, but I thought it was common. Kind of sorry now I didn't mark that planet, that, and grind out for an S. So let's give this one a shot. Now when we get here, I'll have to jump back and pick up the echolocators. No rain weather. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a little cold. It's been a little cold here. Well, it could be me, It's just my feet have been freezing during this. There we go. So have you played this? Oh, you have, obviously. Yeah, you were saying you're waiting for new expeditions. So you've done the latest one from the update and that. Nice. I haven't done any of the expeditions. I think it's important to, do the quests before I get into that. Yeah, it's always been like that here, hasn't it? It is. Yeah, it is. And we still have that humidity. For a nice ship. Nice. So, oh, the ships that you store, yeah. The freighters is only one. I was lucky enough on my very first try, the very first pirate freighter I downed was an S-class, and the very first, those camps you go to track down sentinels, got a really nice S weapon on that. But as far as hunting down the ships, I've had horrible luck. But then again, I was looking for something, if I'm going to grind out for an S, something reasonable. Maybe I was just a little bit too picky. No, I haven't brought the echolocators with me, so we'll collect those from the ship. And I'd say we just have enough time to see what's going on in this one here. There's a lot to take in this game for someone who's just started, isn't there? And I have been kind of vague about how to progress a quest. Yeah, really. And I'll tell you what I was doing. I was grinding a little bit, looking for upgrades for it before I come on. And sure enough, yeah, I found another S-class within about, since the last one. About 12 ships since the last one. Yeah, the S-class. Well, I haven't really tried that much. I thought if I was going to grind out for that, it was something I wanted, But they've all been kind of clumsy in that. There was one in particular, and it was an A-class. And it's kind of growing on me. I have it in storage. And I'm actually going back there anyway, and I'll show it to you. Kind of sorry now I didn't grind it out for the S. I think I was hung up on the colour. But, if it was done again, I would have. It's an A-class. It would be easy enough to use the nanites to upgrade it, but it wouldn't be the same. I would have to find the S-class. That's the wrong one, isn't it? Yeah, it's on this one. Yeah, I'll show it to you. Yeah, what I was going to do was, if I found one I liked and it wasn't an S, just put up a temporary kind of teleporter there and kind of farm it out. Yeah, absolutely. But this is the S-class, and I've been kind of decorating and fixing it up. I'm about probably halfway through on this. Obviously my storage and stuff, but it still needs a good bit of work. This will have to be moved forward one piece. I'll get to that later. I found this to be pretty buggy until I discovered that there's only a certain way you can power it up. It doesn't get power through the rooms. And this was what I needed to power it up, strangely enough. But this will all have to be moved one section. Unfortunately. I wanted to build, although it's not going to be used, obviously, a kind of mess hall and crew quarters kind of thing, just for fun. Yeah, just for fun. So let me show you this ship. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't stick it out now, but I thought these would have been common, so I said, no, I'll find one again, and I might like the colour. Some of them are scrap I've got to get rid of. Where are they? Yeah, but this is an S. Yeah, you see this here? It shows up here, and this is a bug. I'll show you in a moment. Yeah, there it is, an S-class. Yeah, it keeps doing that for some reason. So now it shows up as that, and you see when I do this? It shows up as an A. Oh, there you go. It's not that's an A, that's getting scrapped, that's horrible. There it is. I don't think they're common. And unfortunately I didn't mark it. Yeah, the rooms don't do it, but I found a way around it, and it's strange. If I use the corridors, but the corridors for me are pretty buggy, so I use the walkway, you know. Yeah, there it is there. Now I know it doesn't look much like that. I wanted something all white or all black, but I didn't know how hard it was to find them, to be honest, or even getting the colours. I'm sure there is one somewhere. Finding it. Nice. So, actually when you take off on it, it looks kind of cool. Yeah, it's nice and neat, isn't it? And it's really kind of small. And even though it's an S, it has a bit of a bite. Yeah, it's got a 385 potential on that, which is just a bit more than the S-Class exotic I have, and it's only an A. So I'm tempted to upgrade it with nanites, to be honest. But I should have... Yeah, I should have marked that one. But I'm sure I'll find something similar eventually. Yeah, I like them as well, the compact ones. But if push comes to shove, I can do it the easy way. Yeah, it reminds me of a transformer. But that's the only one of its type I found, and I cannot remember the planet it's on. That was a big mistake. Oh well. But the amount of planets I've been on, you'd think that I would find something similar. Oh, where's my original ship? You gotta be kidding me. I was going to scrap that as well. It's lucky I didn't. I need to get in this again, so this will be my main ship. Yeah, I've got all my upgrades and stuff on that. There we go. So, let's grab these and we'll check. But it's usually those big square, horrible, soup spoon looking ones I find. But who knows? This new galaxy might be a little better. Can't be worse than the last one. Now I just grabbed those little echo locators, and I think we just might squeeze in one. I just need to see if it's worth grinding out. Where did I put those echo locators? So okay, there's the echo locators. Where are they? There they are. And I'm short one of those. Grab that from the mess I have back here. Did I put it here? I did. I just grab one more from that. There, that's everything we need. Okay, let's head back and we'll see. But I can tell you it's going to be trash. Well, at least I didn't lose it entirely. An A-class is not bad. But it feels like cheating if I upgraded the other way. but I might have to. What's this? Hijack source. That's the one we're in, wasn't it? Yeah. A screenshot phone with a system address where I find a good chip. I put it on favorite, metal adder, but I didn't realize it was a bug. The favorite got wiped. Yeah, I did put it on favorite. I thought that was good enough. I should have taken a screenshot. Yeah. But I put it on favorite, and I come back and then all my favorites were gone about 3 days later. And I went to maybe 100 systems since that, so yeah, it's lost. But I'm sure there's tons of other systems with that, it's just finding it, you know. Well, basically, the way it is, eventually the systems you've been to will get overwritten. I can understand that. But what it does, you know, the systems that you have unfavored are there as well, and it doesn't differentiate between the ones you have unfavored, so it will wipe those as well. So favored is only very temporary. Yeah, they do. It did with me. I thought it was safe there, so I didn't, you know, want to put up too much junk around. That was a mistake. But in my defense, I didn't expect it to, you know, to happen. So that's why I lost the address. No problem, Sid. Absolutely. And thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good day at work, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Have a good one, City. Bye. Now, okay, let's do this. I've been lucky in everything else, to be honest. I can't complain, it's just that S-Class. Now let's make sure again this is a 3-star system, because I'm not going to grind on a 2-star. And I've been to countless pirate systems, and it's supposed to be 5%. Now, out from the ships are really bad. Everyone except one out of probably 40 to 50 have been a C. And when I do these, I'm getting A's and B's, you know. And obviously the C as well, but... Now let me see if this is the system I want. Yes, it's 3-star, and yeah, that's as good as it gets, guys. Let's see what kind of junk they have here. Well, this is a whole new galaxy, so... or a whole new system, or whatever it is. Let's see how it goes. Sometimes they... Ah, good. Now let's see. We'll do this quickly, guys. Usually, you know me, I'll grind out a little bit on these, but... not on this one. And it's a pain getting those echolocators. We're better off just taking out a sentinel pillar, and yeah, it's still going to take a lot of time. So what have we got here? Oh, wrong one. There we go. You gotta do this twice as well. was it? 9:14:4, wasn't it? I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, obviously doing that, but it will push you out and you've got to go back in again, so that just makes it annoying. Okay, let's see what this ship looks like. Yeah, it's probably junk. I've collected some of these brains as well by shooting down Sentinel ships, but I've never ran an experiment if we could find them just with those. Probably. Oh, that's junk anyway. I don't know what to do with another S-class anyway. I've got some more in storage. Where's my ship? Let's see what we've got here. We need to get rid of... There. Alright. Let's quickly check this, because I've spent so much time on these planets. Oh! That was a freighter, but we haven't got time. Yeah, we haven't got time. You're going to do a simple thing on this that should take no more than 20 minutes, and before you know it, you're on for 3 hours on one planet. Oh, it's a good bit away. I'm hoping the design on these ships are drastically changed. Some really ugly ones. Mostly they're just big, lumbering, useless ones. That's what I've been doing, yeah, that's why I've got that little stockpile. But on something like that, if you're going to grind it out, you're better off. I've got a ton of maps that I got for free, you know, for the pillars. I found that if you take the pillars out, you've got no resistance, as long as you stay on the planet, you know, and just grind them out. I actually found that one out by accident. Yeah, we took out a pillar and then there was another one close by. When we landed there was no one there and it was the empty cartridges. So we came to the conclusion that when we shut them down, I thought it was just that one spot, but it wasn't. Apparently it was across the whole planet. So I made it kind of easy. Okay, let's see what this is. It's probably going to be rubbish, guys. They usually are.
Extreme night temperature detected.
Oh, that's... Well, the colour is different anyway, I'll give it that, but that is ugly. Oh, that's... Oh, I hate these with a vengeance. I really hate these with a... Whoever was doing this, the colours on this, they're obsessed with the orange and yellow. Any other colour except orange or yellow. You know? Obsessed. But this is a pile of junk. But if it's an S, I'll keep it, obviously. But it is a bit different, I'll give it that, but it's horrible. I wanted something like that other one, small, compact. That is rubbish. Now, I'm guessing this will be a B. You know, getting an A on the gun didn't bode well. There you go, guys. That's how many of these I collected. But I needed to know what was here. And there's no way I'm grinding for an S one of these. But it's a big galaxy. Apparently for me not big enough. I can't seem to find a decent design. I think there might have been a mistake not letting you change the colour because some of the colours are hideous. But we will take it for scrap regardless. I'm sure there's a design here somewhere. You could do the easy thing, I suppose, and get coordinates from a website, but yeah, where's the fun in that? You know, the whole fun is discovering it yourself. But it's not a big either way. You know, even the one I'm in is kind of overkill, to be honest. But the pirate systems have been a big letdown. I wasted too much time on those. Well, not a waste, I wanted to explore anyway, but... yeah, well, I know what's gonna happen to you. You're gonna get scrapped. Now let's go back and claim it. But if you think they're bad, you should see the ones I've been getting on pirate systems. I'm still not convinced it's 5%. Not from the junk I've been picking up. Like 9 out of well, more actually. Maybe 19 out of 20 systems would only have Cs. And all really horrible designs like that. Oh my god, look at that. I think that's where I got all most of my wiring looms. Okay, let's get out of here. You can go away. Where's my ship? That's another big problem I have with this. Where is my ship? There it is. Yeah, let's get off this. What I'll do is I'll bring my freighter over later, and because I keep losing these, let's say from my feed, and this is a new well, you know, we've done the purge, so I'll have to put some kind of base beacon here so we can teleport back. And then I'll get that done and do a little bit of fixing up, and I might start crew quarters on them when I get the time on the freighter. The space station would be a good spot. At least we've ruled this one out. I'll try and get a stockpile of these, and we'll dedicate a stream maybe to going on a proper hunt. I post to a Facebook group on Discord to another streamer, but keep the nice ones to myself. Ah, that's the nicest ones what I've seen. Did you see the one I picked up on my freighter? It's an A, and I think because it wasn't an S and I wasn't too good on the color, which was like unbelievable compared to what I'm getting now. I thought, oh well, I'll find tons of these. You know, I wasn't used to the game. But did you see the one I have in storage? It's an A. I could upgrade it with nanites to an S, which I might eventually do, but it kind of kills it for me, you know. It's nice and it's compact. It's like a little transformer. It's got no wings. It looks like, you know, one of those robot thingies that kind of protects the factories. And then when you take off, it kind of closes in. It's actually pretty decent. It's really small. Yeah, I'll scrap it here later. Time enough, so that should have given me a save. So that's it, guys. I've got my 6 hours in and a bit. So that was my stream for midweek. I will be back, obviously, for Friday and Saturday. I'll be off for those 2 days, as usual. Gives me a chance to, check up on, my medical appointments and things like that. And when I have the time, I'll do a little bit of work on this. Getting rid of the trash and stuff that we picked up on this, and maybe opening up that freighter a little bit. Trying to get those crew quarters in, and that will take a little bit to do. I'll have to move back one section to get that piece in. Mess about and see what I can do with that. Maybe get the rest of the cadmium we need. Oh, hi Ernie, and how have you been? Just getting ready to raid. My apologies, and how have you been? Well, I hope. So I will be back for Friday and Saturday evening, so that's Eastern Standard Time. For me, it's like, Saturday, Sunday morning. I stream about 1 AM my time, and I'm usually about 5 to 6 hours ahead of the US States. Good. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. Nice, nice. So keeping well. So, I am absolutely wrecked in my doggos. I've been waiting for a while. So, we'll do the usual. We'll stop in on some of our friends and say hi. I will, of course, be lurking on that. And yeah, I think this old dog needs to get some rest. So, I will leave it here. I hope everyone has a wonderful day. See you all again on the weekend. And, yeah, we'll see you streaming. So, good bye, Ernie. My apologies, I'm leaving so soon. I don't know if you were lurking or not. But nice to see you're doing well. And Lobo, of course. Have a good one, Lobo. And, of course, Metal Adder. Thanks for stopping in. And, of course, to Suburban Werewolf and Young. Have a good one, guys. And, of course, to Randy, to Terry, and to Hufflepuff and Tigger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. I hope you take care. Let's see what else. And, of course, guys, thanks for the follows tonight. I appreciate that. And, of course, City. Thanks for being here, City. Have a good one. And thanks for stopping in, Lidvig. We mentioned Randy and Lobo. Yeah, I'm relying on the message board. My memory's not the greatest these days. And my memory. Let's see, what else is here? Oh, that's everyone I can see. So I know I've missed a lot. See the message board, and it goes back so far. I need some kind of a system, where all of the viewers would show up, and that would be easier for me. But I'm playing on Xbox, and I've just got an old laptop that I had in storage, just as a message board. So my apologies to whomever I might have forgotten, and again to everyone who was watching. Appreciate it, guys. So yeah, I will return for Friday and Saturday, and no matter what, I will always keep my schedule. Tuesday, Friday, Saturday evening, Eastern Standard Time. And from time to time, it depends on how I'm feeling, I do on-schedule streams on the 2 days off, on those in between. But lately, I've got to deal with a lot of medical appointments and haven't been exactly the best. But, still here. That's good. That's what counts. So, okay, guys. Let's see you streaming. And hopefully you will bear with me for the tiniest of moments while we do this. And, yeah, everyone have a good one. So, let's see who's out there.